Africa is calling, and Botswana is ready. Come to Botswana and unwind. Come to Botswana and explore the beauty of our country. When the dust settles, we will be waiting to receive you. Come explore, experience, and enjoy. Botswana, our pride, your destination. Africa is calling, and Botswana is ready. Come to Botswana and unwind. Come to Botswana and explore the beauty of our country. When the dust settles, we will be waiting to receive you. Come explore, experience, and enjoy. Botswana, our pride, your destination. Africa is calling, and Botswana is ready. Come to Botswana and unwind. Come to Botswana and explore the beauty of our country. When the dust settles, we will be waiting to receive you. Come explore, experience, and enjoy. Botswana, our pride, your destination. Africa is calling, and Botswana is ready. Come to Botswana and unwind. Come to Botswana and explore the beauty of our country. When the dust settles, we will be waiting to receive you. Come explore, experience, and enjoy. Botswana, our pride, your destination. Africa is calling, and Botswana is ready. Come to Botswana and
Accelerate, accelerate. La cherries and the putana zutumba lobokote.
There's a hand raised from the DRC. I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, it is mistake. Yeah. Good morning. Sorry about that.
How are you, Honorable Tula?
I'm fine. Thank you so much. Case what Konzambitushu. No, no, Bayokati. La Longolena.
Abuemo.
Dumela Mutompe.
How are you?
Good day.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, na zalagin Aratwalo tawala sa tartamu di usirna kasi tartar tawala ragarlo kundi sinyala kaya rutun kyo. Raba di ko wali di uti mo.
Rabe la ko na mo plenary. Lite maker.
Rutun to.
Maruru gae.
Hela go marukwa.
Eva.
Ta.
Tsa ke tshware mogala ka kwano.
Okay.
Hello, Kurasha. Good morning, honorable speakers. Good morning, honorable members. We apologize for the late start. We'll be starting in a few minutes. May I kindly request that we recall this recording is live and it is being broadcasted through various media, and therefore it is important for honorable members to mute the microphone if they are not taking the floor, and that at every given point when the honorable members take the floor, they may kindly introduce themselves and the country that they represent for purposes of the Hansard. We would also appreciate if honorable members could ensure that when their video is on, it is what they would like to see projected to the outside. And that when you start the meeting, kindly go to the interpretation icon, select the language of your choice, and mute original audio to avoid interference. And at any given time, should you wish to communicate with the Secretariat on the proceedings, kindly utilize the chat box. If you need to take the floor, kindly use the raised hand icon under the reactions. You're also welcome to use other reactions if something has amused the honorable members. You may kindly tick the smile. If you would like to indicate that you're in agreement, there's a thumbs up icon, or if you'd like to clap hands, you're also welcome to do so. Should we require to vote for any reason, most of the decisions of the plenary assembly are taken through consensus. We do have a yes and no box, and this will be announced in terms of how this is going to happen. I believe that those announcements are clear as far as logistics are concerned. I thank you, honorable members. We are kindly resolving the issues in 2 minutes, then the proceedings will commence as scheduled. I thank you.
Dus. Secretary. Secretary General.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Yes, can you announce the procedure now?
Indeed, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, honorable members. As we are well aware, in the absence of the Honorable President, the Vice President is required to take over the proceedings. However, in view of the fact that the Honorable Vice President is presenting the report of the Executive Committee, the Honorable President has nominated Honorable Advocate Francis Nzidamililo Mudenda to step in the interim in view of the fact that during the Executive Committee, the Honorable Speaker was designated the acting president for some period. I therefore wish to invite the Honorable Speaker, Advocate Francis Nzidamililo Mudenda, to kindly take over as the acting president.
Thank you, Secretary General. I'm surprised that you don't get my names properly in their order. The first name is Jacob. Francis.
I apologize.
Francis Nzidamililo Mudenda. That's the order.
Apologies, Honorable Speaker. I shall commit that to memory.
Thank you very much. May I take this opportunity to welcome the honorable speakers, the honorable members, the Secretary General, and the staff attending this plenary session. As you have heard from the Secretary General, His Excellency, the President of SADC PF, has requested that we proceed with the meeting under my temporary chairmanship. We therefore call the meeting to order. May I invite all the delegates while seated to observe a minute of prayer. Thank you. Honorable speakers, honorable members, we shall observe a moment of silence on the passing on of the founding president of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, on the 17th June 2021. If we may all rise and observe a minute's silence. Please be seated. Honorable speakers, honorable members, as you are aware, or may not be aware, we lost a staff member of the Secretariat, Mr. Michel Mweza, on 16 June 2021. Mr. Mweza was a French interpreter and has been with the Secretariat since 2010. He was a citizen of the DRC. The Secretariat has managed to repatriate his body to the Republic of the Congo. We have received confirmation from the ambassador of the DRC in Namibia, who was instrumental in facilitating the repatriation process, confirming the safe arrival of Mr. Mweza's body in the DRC on 23rd June 2021. Burial is set for today, Saturday, 26 June 2021. May we all rise and observe another moment of silence in honor of Mr. Michelle Mwenza. Please be seated. Honorable speakers, honorable members, distinguished guests, I have the following announcements on using the Zoom platform, the issue of etiquette and documentation. Honorable members, since we are meeting virtually, I wish to announce the following guidelines and etiquette on the use of the Zoom platform during this session. Now, first one, keeping microphones on mute unless given the floor to speak. Members are requested to keep their microphones on mute. On the question of interpretation, the meeting will be in all the 3 official languages, namely English, French, and Portuguese. The Zoom application has an interpretation facility from the menu bar at the bottom of your screen. Kindly click on the interpretation icon and select your preferred language and click mute original audio. The question of raising of the hand. If members wish to take the floor during the debate, they are requested to make use of the raise hand sign, which can be accessed by clicking on the participants menu. On the question of communicating with the chair, please use the chat box to communicate with the chair. On meeting etiquette, all members are required to be on video throughout the plenary assembly meetings for purposes of live streaming and broadcasting. Secretariat and support staff will be required to keep their videos off and mute their audio accordingly. On documentation, delegates are reminded that all documentation for the meetings are available in all the 3 official languages and can be accessed on the portal provided by the Secretariat. The next item is the taking of oath or affirmation of adherence in terms of Article 7 of the Constitution. Honorable members, I have received communication from the following parliaments submitting the names of the new members designated to the SADC Parliamentary Forum in line with Article 7 of the Constitution of SADC PF. Accordingly, the new members shall take an oath or affirmation of adherence in line with Article 8, subsection 4 of the SADC PF Constitution, which stipulates that, and I quote, every representative of the forum shall take an oath of or affirmation of adherence to the forum in such a form and manner as may be approved by the plenary assembly, unquote. I am therefore inviting the Secretary General to administer the oath or affirmation of adherence to the following new members who are attending the plenary assembly for the first time since their designation to SADC PF. And the names are as follows. From Namibia is Honorable Utara Mofu, Honorable Vipukuje Muharakua, Honorable Agnes M. Kafula, Honorable Paula Kopa, Honorable Philippus Catamelo. From Seychelles, Honorable Speaker Roger Masiene, Honorable Kelly Sami Nadine, Honorable Rocky Onari. From Zimbabwe, Honorable Paulina Mpariwa. Secretary General, please proceed accordingly.
Thank you, Honorable Acting President. The administration of the oath or affirmation of adherence will be done by country in alphabetical order. Accordingly, we will start with members from Namibia, followed by Seychelles and Zimbabwe. Honorable members from Namibia, may you raise your right hand and kindly repeat after me. You are muted. Namibia delegation is muted. Thank you very much. I take the oath or make the solemn affirmation.
Take the oath and make the solemn affirmation.
Before this August, the 49th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Before this August 49th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
That I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
And demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities.
And that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities.
The guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
The guiding principles and the core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
I thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Honorable members from the Seychelles, may you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
Rimosen,
take oath or make the solemn affirmation
take the oath
Take the oath
before this 49th August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
before this
before this
August
August
plenary
plenary
assembly
assembly
of the
of the
SADC
SADC Parliamentary Forum,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum,
that I
that I shall uphold
the
the
Constitution
Constitution and
and
the
the
rules of
rules of the
procedure
SADC
of the
Parliamentary
SADC
Forum,
Parliamentary Forum,
and demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
and
and demonstrate respect for
respect
the
for the
forum's
forum's
institutional organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
and
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities
the
the guiding principles
and core values
of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I request Honorable Paulina Mpariwa to kindly raise her hand and repeat after me. I
Paulina Mpariwa,
take the oath or make the solemn affirmation before this 49th August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
take the oath before the August Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and
That I-
demonstrate respect for the forum's institutional organs,
that I shall uphold the Constitution and the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and demonstrate respect for the forum's institution organs,
and that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
that I shall uphold to the best of my abilities the guiding principles and core values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you, honorable members. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary General, and congratulations to all members who have been sworn in or have taken an oath of adherence. I wish to welcome the following observers who are attending the 49th Plenary Assembly virtual session. From the SADC Secretariat, I welcome Dr. Kutula Spanda, Director, Industrial Development and Trade, SADC Secretariat, representing Dr. Stegomena Lawrence Tax, SADC Executive Secretary. From the AFCTA Secretariat, we welcome Mr. Silva Ojakol, Chief of Staff, representing the Secretary General, Dr. Wamkele Mene. From the Embassy of Sweden, we welcome Eva Beswicki, Counselor, Program Manager, Regional Development Cooperation Program, Trade and Regional Economic Integration, Embassy of Sweden in Zambia. From Plan International, we welcome Ms. Angela Machonesa, Regional Head of Influencing and Strategic Communications, Plan International Incorporated, Middle East, Eastern, and Southern Africa. From the Viceroy University, Mr. Anesu Dera, Tony Center for Applied Legal Studies. From UNAIDS, welcome to Cynthia Lungu, designated delegate, UNAIDS Regional Support Team, ESRA Region. From the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Abigail Noko, Regional Representative. From International IDEA, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, Director for Africa and West Asia. From SAF AIDS, Ms. Rosine Egtesad, Executive Director. From GIZ, Dr. Adene Gebrameskio, Project Executive Manager for Peace, Security, and Governance. From SADC Lawyers Association, we welcome Mr. Stanley Nyamanindi, Chief Executive Officer. From Amnesty International, we welcome Debros Mushena, Executive Director for Eastern and Southern Africa. From Action Aid International, we welcome Julie Middleton, Consortium Project Manager. From Oxfam, we welcome Nelly Nyangwa, Oxfam Regional Director, Southern Africa. From African Population and Health Research Center, Ms. Grace Nyambura Kibunja. From Southern African Research and Documentation Center, Mr. Munesi Madagfamba, Executive Director, and Phils Johnson, Founding Director and Special Projects. From Soranangi Women's Legal Center, Ms. Velekazi Stoffler, Program Manager. From Aphrodite, Young Theophilus Young, Interim Executive Director. I have the following announcement, honorable members. I wish to welcome in a special way Honorable Speaker Roger Mansien of Seychelles, who is attending the plenary for the first time since he was appointed Speaker on 28 October 2020. Welcome, Honorable Speaker, to SADC PF. You can clap your hands wherever you are. Yes, thank you. We have received apologies from the following parliaments: Tanzania and Zambia. Now, in order to optimize on time and allow more members time to debate, the speaking time for members have been varied to 4 minutes in terms of rules of procedure, Article 33, subsection 3. Members are reminded that for purposes of accurate verbatim recording, they should always say out their name and country, whenever given the floor to speak. Are there any notices of motions?
Madagascar, Honorable President.
What's the name?
The Honorable Vice President, Dr. Fioravana Lovarnirina Celestian, the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you. The Honorable Vice President, you are recognized. Where is the motion? Where is the motion?
7.1. You are muted, Honorable Vice President.
Ok, c'est déjà activé.
Can you hear me now?
Oui, monsieur.
Yes.
Yes,
All
we
right.
can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable President, for yielding the floor. I have noticed that today, on the 26th of June, 2021, I would request that the 49th Plenary Assembly may adopt the report of the EXCO on political and administrative business. Today is also our Independence Day. This is the 61st birthday of our august country. So this is also a reason for celebration. Thank you.
Who seconds? Who seconds?
The second is Honorable Darren Beckman from South Africa. His hand is up, Chair, Acting President.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker and Chair. I would like to rise to second that motion. Thank you very much.
Honorable Acting President, we also have a hand from Honorable Anile Ndebele of Zimbabwe.
Honorable Anile Ndebele.
Thank you, Honorable President. I give notice that today, Saturday, the 26th of June, in the year of our Lord 2021, I shall move that the 49th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report on trade, industry, finance, and investment. I so submit, Honorable President.
Honorable President, we also have a name from the DRC, Honorable Andre Leon Tumba.
Honorable Member, can you proceed? Honorable Member, can you proceed? Honorable Member, I think you're muted.
It's been fixed now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, please proceed.
Oui. Je notifie qu'en ce jour,
I make notice that today, on the 26th June 2021, I request that the 49th Plenary Assembly may adopt the report on food, agriculture, and natural resources.
Honorable Acting President, we have a hand from Honorable Rosie Bistoker of the Seychelles.
Can the honorable member please proceed?
President. Good morning, all members. I give notice today, the 26th June 2021, for the, I shall move that the 49th Plenary Assembly to adopt the report of the joint session on SADC PF standing committees on social development and special projects. Thank you.
We would have another hand from Honorable Andre Leon Tumba of the DRC, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Je notifie qu'en ce jour,
I make notice that today, on the 26th June 2021, I would request for the 49th Plenary Assembly, I would like for us to adopt the report for the Committee on Monitoring of SADC Model Laws. Thank you.
Honorable President, we also have Honorable Jeronima Agostino of Mozambique.
The honorable member, please proceed to move your motion.
Interino desta sessão. Bom dia a todos.
Good morning to all. I give notice that on the 27th of June 2021, I place for adoption by the 49th Plenary Assembly the report of the Permanent Committee for the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. Thank you very much. I so put for the approval of this Plenary Assembly.
Honorable President, we also have Honorable Messi from Lesotho.
Honorable Messena, please proceed and move your motion.
May we also...
Honorable Messena from Lesotho, proceed to move your motion, please.
It's Honorable Messi. Kindly proceed, Honorable Messi. If the Honorable Member is getting ready, we may proceed to Honorable Rossi, Vistoke of Seychelles.
Honorable Member, you are muted. Can you start afresh and move your motion? Where are the other motions for tomorrow?
Honorable President, I beg to move that this Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights, Social Development and Special Projects to the 49th Assembly virtual session on the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
We have Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilambangu of the DRC.
Honorable Member from the DRC, proceed to move your motion, please. Honorable Member, please proceed.
Honorable President, we may also give Honorable Darren Bergman.
Honorable Bergman, please proceed and move your motion.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move my motion to give the report on the Treasurer's report on the Finance Committee, the outcome of the Finance Committee to the Executive Committee.
Thank you very much. Secretary General, is that all?
That is all. If the honorable members are not yet connected, we shall proceed accordingly.
That was Angola.
DRC and Lesotho.
DRC and Lesotho. Thank you. The Secretary General will read the first order of the day.
Notice for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters.
Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters. Honorable Vice President Celestine. Honorable Vice President Dr. Fiervama. Celestine.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I move the motion in my name.
Any seconder? Any seconder? It should be Honorable Bergman. Where are you?
Chair, apologies, I'm trying to find the reaction button. I'm here.
South Africa. Please proceed.
I proudly second that motion. I was trying to find the reaction button, as I said.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Dr. Fiervama to present the report.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you, Ms. Honorable President. As I have said, today is our Independence Day. We have been freed from colonialism since the 26th June of 1960. So we are already apologizing for the fact that we have to support our president when it comes to the celebration of this special day in the history of our country. Report of the Executive Committee meeting held virtually on the 4th and 5th June 2021 to the 49th Plenary Assembly Session 25th to 27th June 2021. Preamble. The Executive Committee, EXCO, of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, SADC PF, met virtually via the Zoom video conferencing platform on the 4th and 5th of June 2021. The EXCO now presents its report containing its recommendations and resolutions to the Plenary Assembly for consideration, adoption, and or noting as the case may be. Second, credential of delegates 2.1 present. 2.1.1 substantive members. Number 1, Honorable Speaker Christophe Mboso Nkodia-Pwanga, Speaker of the DRC National Assembly. Number 2, myself, Honorable Dr. Fiervama Lovanirina Celestin, Vice President, Madagascar. Honorable Darren Bergman, Treasurer, South Africa. 4, Honorable Speaker Fernando da Piedra de Dias dos Santos for Angola. 5, Honorable Senator Isaac Memo Magagula. Proxy for Honorable Speaker Petros Mavimpela from Eswatini. Honorable Tsepang Tsitsa Mosena from Lesotho. Honorable Deputy Speaker Mohammed Zaid Nasrali, Mauritius. Honorable Geronima Agostinho, Mozambique. Honorable Speaker Professor Peter H. Kachavivi, Namibia. Honorable Daut Ndiweni from Zimbabwe. And Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilabangu, RWPC Chairperson, ex officio. Point 1.2, institutional memory members, 11. Then, Honorable Speaker Advocate Jacob Francis Zwidamilimo Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe. 2.1.3, apologies. Honorable Josefina Pitra Diakite, Angola. Honorable Paulson Majaga from Botswana. 3, Honorable Speaker Petros Mavimbela from Eswatini. Honorable Speaker Catherine Gotani Hara, Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi. Honorable Samuel Dalicho Kawale from Malawi. Honorable Speaker Esperanza Lorinda Francisco Nwani Bash from Mozambique. Honorable Annie Rosie Bistoke from Seychelles. A female parliamentary member from Tanzania. Honorable Speaker Justice Dr. Patrick Matibini from Zambia. 2.1.4, in attendance, Ms. Boimo Sehoma, Secretary General of the SADC PF. Ms. Barbara Ditapo, Chairperson of the Committee of Clerks from Botswana. Ms. Penelope Baby Tiawa, Acting Clerk of the National Assembly in South Africa. Mr. Calvin Andriani Tarejato, Clerk of the National Assembly in Madagascar. Ms. Liva Norwanta Arinoelina Rarison, Madagascar. Mr. Swatsara Marcela Diadem Benandrasana, Madagascar. Mr. Jaime Numayo, Mozambique. Ms. Maria Nombola, Namibia. Ms. Cornelia N. Chaunjo from Namibia. Ms. Carmen Jacobs, South Africa. Mrs. Zurina Jardine, South Africa. This is Natalie Librand Loxton, South Africa. Mr. Cleophas Kwakwara from Zimbabwe. Mr. David Makowa from Zimbabwe. Ms. Martha Mushandinga, Zimbabwe. Mr. Ndamka Marimo from Zimbabwe. Ms. Yapoka Mungandi, SADC PF. Mr. Sheneni Kurasha, SADC PF. Mr. Modise Kabeli, SADC PF. And Ms. Agnes Lilungwe, SADC PF. 2.1.5, Credential of Delegates. In presenting the credentials of delegates, the Secretary General, Ms. Bohemo Sehoma, noted that 11 out of the 17 members of the Executive Committee were present. The EXCO therefore constituted a quorum to conduct its business. 3.0, hosting of the 49th Plenary Assembly session. 3.1, the EXCO invites the 49th Plenary Assembly to express its profound gratitude to the Parliament of Botswana and the host speaker, Honorable Speaker Pandu Chaha Skelemani, for his able supervision of the hosting of the virtual 49th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF. The EXCO also requests Honorable Speaker Skelemani to convey the 49th Plenary Assembly gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Khabetswe Masisi, for gracing this occasion and officially opening the Plenary Assembly session. 4.0 Theme of the 49th Plenary Assembly. 4.1 The Executive Committee commends the Office of the President and the Secretary General, as well as the members of the Parliamentary Business Subcommittee, for proposing a substantive theme, leveraging the AFCTA for post-COVID economic recovery in Southern Africa, the role of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and national parliaments. The EXCO applauds the timeliness and relevance of the theme in view of the recent commencement of the AFCFTA agreement in January 2021. Additionally, the EXCO noted with satisfaction that SADC member states are focusing on economic recovery post-COVID with the African Continental Free Trade Area, opening up a gateway of novel opportunities in terms of localization of capacities and value chains, as well as diversification of export destination and increasing intra-regional and intra-Africa trade to counter over-reliance on global supply chain. The theme is thus appropriate and timely. Allocated time for members and observers during the plenary assembly debate.
SADC, les limitations du temps proposées lors des débats de la 49e session de l'Assemblée plénière sont les suivantes. Premier point.
First point, each member to speak for 4 minutes. Second point, movers of motions to be allocated a maximum of 10 minutes to table motions and 5 minutes to conclude after debate. Point 3, exception will be granted to the EXCO report, including the Treasurer's report, which will be allocated 20 to 25 minutes for presentation and 10 to 15 minutes for responses after debate. Point 4, observers who are invited to address the plenary assembly pursuant to Rule of Procedure 43.5 will be allocated a maximum of 5 minutes. And the speakers and leaders of delegations who are given the opportunity to make a statement in line with Rule 45 will be granted 5 minutes. 5.2, media coverage for the 49th Plenary Assembly session. The Executive Committee invites the 49th Plenary Assembly to commend media personnel of the Parliament of Botswana, the SADC PF, and national parliaments for leveraging on the media and communication plan developed by the SADC PF and the Parliament of Botswana to heighten publicity and the visibility of the forum before, during, and after the 49th plenary assembly session. This commendable initiative will assist in projecting a positive image of the forum, especially as we pursue the transformation agenda ahead of the SADC summit set for August 2021. Update on the transformation of the SADC PF into a SADC regional parliament. Point number 1. The EXCO wishes to advise the plenary assembly that the strategic lobby team of honorable speakers, led by the chairman and speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Nzidamilimo Mudenda, convened highly interactive meetings with honorable speakers of SADC parliaments of the following countries, namely Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Botswana, Seychelles, Zambia, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, and South Africa in March 2021. These deliberations were aimed at consolidating the views among honorable speakers of SADC parliaments on the transformation agenda. Point number 2. As an outcome of these strategic meetings and through the facilitation of Honorable Speaker Catherine Gotani Hara, the strategic lobby team of honorable speakers also convened a fruitful meeting with His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, on the 24th May 2021. The EXCO is therefore pleased to advise the plenary assembly that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Malawi, has fully committed to support the transformation agenda during the forthcoming August 2021 SADC summit. The EXCO invites the plenary assembly to commend Honorable Speaker Hara for facilitating this hugely successful meeting with His Excellency President Dr. Chakwera. Point 3. Pursuant to this, those member parliaments that are yet to do so were encouraged to arrange meetings with heads of state and government, ministers of foreign affairs, and their parliament secretaries, as well as their clerks of parliaments, under the speaker's auspices, to clarify any gray areas that may still exist and elicit affirmative responses to the transformation agenda ahead of the August SADC summit. In that regard, the SADC PF Secretariat was tasked to fashion a schedule of meetings with heads of state in the region in liaison with respective speakers of parliament to enable the finalization of the lobby process. The matter is tabled to the plenary assembly for noting. Point number 7. Encouraging the Union of Comoros to join the forum. In line with the principle of regional integration as espoused in Article 6, Section C of the SADC PF Constitution, the EXCO reiterated its commitment to continue engaging the Union of Comoros to persuade it to join the forum. The EXCO recognized that in the absence of the Union of Comoros, the SADC PF family remains incomplete. To that end, the EXCO resolved to constitute a delegation comprising Honorable Speaker Roger Mancien from Seychelles, Honorable Speaker Advocate Jacob Francis Nzidamilimo Mudenda from Zimbabwe, Honorable Speaker Professor Peter H. Kajavivi from Namibia, Honorable Speaker Christine Razanamahasoa from Madagascar, and I, the Honorable Speaker Esperança Lurinda Francisco Nyuani Bias from Mozambique, or Honorable Catherine Gotani Hara from Malawi, depending on their availability, as well as the Secretary General, to travel to the Union of Comoros to physically engage the Speaker of Parliament of the Union of Comoros with a view to canvass the national parliaments to join the forum. This will be implemented when flight restrictions and quarantine requirements due to COVID-19 are eased up in the relevant member states, such that the SADC PF delegation can travel safely to the Comoros. The matter is presented to the Plenary Assembly for noting. Point number 8. Progress report on the job evaluation and salary review exercises. Point number 1. The EXCO wishes to advise the Plenary Assembly that the job evaluation and salary review exercises should be concluded within the next 3 months or so. Being cognizant of the heavy burden placed on SADC national economies by the COVID-19 pandemic, the EXCO has tasked the Committee of Clerks, Secretary Generals, to accommodate the proposed organizational structure and salary review exercise within the current budget without increasing the annual mandatory contributions. The report, once concluded, will be tabled to the Plenary Assembly for approval. The matter is presented to the Plenary Assembly for noting. Number 9, secondment of media specialists by the Parliament of South Africa. The EXCO invites the 49th Plenary Assembly to commend the Parliament of South Africa for graciously seconding a media specialist, Mr. Modise Kabeli, to the forum. It is envisaged that the secondment of Mr. Kabeli will come in handy in projecting a positive image of the forum, as well as raising the visibility of the forum, especially as we pursue transformation ahead of the make or break August SADC Summit. Updates on the COVID situation across SADC, which is number 10. Point 1. The EXCO wishes to advise the Plenary Assembly that the Forum, in collaboration with other regional partners, has taken the initiative to take stock of the COVID-19 situation currently prevailing across the SADC region. The general trend is that most member states are struggling to mitigate the transmission of the virus, and no member state was COVID-free as at the time of the survey. Vaccine availability remains a live issue in the SADC region, as well as member states are struggling to procure vaccines from international markets. The COVAX facility, sponsored by WHO and other partners, could assist developing nations to produce vaccines from a pool, but the extent to which the SADC region will be able to tap from this facility is yet to be ascertained. Point number 2. Given the context, the EXCO invites the Plenary Assembly to note the prevailing COVID-19 situation in the SADC region and encourage member states to explore all possible means of cooperation to pool procedure vaccines, obtain essential medicines, and mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, together with sharing information on the spread of new variants. Point number 11, finalization of model laws at the forum at its golden jubilee. Point number 1. The EXCO wishes to remind the plenary assembly that the forum, in collaboration with its partner, is spearheading the development of SADC model law on public financial management and the SADC model law on gender-based violence, GBV. Both model laws, which are at the drafting stage, are closely intertwined with the strategic plan of the Forum 2019-2023 and have linkages with the Forum's axis of interventions. In addition, both model laws will be of particular relevance to the SADC region in the post-COVID-19 recovery period, where it is likely that poor financial management can create social gaps that particularly affect women and young girls within households. Point number 2, the EXCO invites the plenary assembly to note the progress in the development of the model laws and that both model laws should be ready for adoption at the golden jubilee of the forum, that is, the 50th plenary assembly later in 2021. 12. Capacity development activities implemented. Capacity development activities implemented by the forum. Point number 1. The EXCO is pleased to advise the plenary assembly of the huge demand from national parliaments and partners for capacity development initiatives through the SADC Parliamentary Forum. This is in line with the strategic objective number 3 of the Forum strategic plan, which enjoins the forum to facilitate capacity development and other programs of support for members and staff of parliaments to augment skills, knowledge, and competencies to face emerging challenges. Accordingly, from February 2020 to May 2021, the SADC PF has conducted 82 capacity development programs covering a total of 1,624 participants. Point number 2, the EXCO invites the plenary assembly to commend the Secretariat for the rollout of the aforestated capacity building programs and encourage the Secretariat to continue capacitating members and staff in order to enhance the effectiveness in the discharge of their duties. Mr. President, I so submit. After this report, we would like to excuse ourselves. I wish you fruitful debates for the rest of the day. And I believe that some members will come back tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fiarovana, for your excellent exposition of the report. As a point of clarification, are you leaving now before you can hear the seconder of the motion, or you leave after the debate, having heard the seconder of the report? If I may be clear.
Après. Nous allons quitter cette.
We will only leave the meeting after the report has been adopted.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. Thank you very much. for your indulgence. I now call upon the seconder, Honorable Beckman, to debate seconding the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Dr. Fiarovana. He did a very good job in covering us both, I'm sure, and happy Independence Day to Madagascar. The meeting was, as I said, adequately covered. I must just say that as a South African, not to boast or not to, to be humble, but just to say that our efforts in doing a lot of research and taking what the consultants had come up with and doing our own research through the acting secretary, we call her Madam Penelope Chiawa. I must just thank her in terms of what she came up with as well, and to say that I think we're on the right path, that we've been doing this for a long time, and I think we're now heading to something that is productive. And as Dr. Fiarovana said, it's something that's by now, I can't see why it wouldn't create buy-in, especially if we want to take SADC to the next level. And when you look at where we're sitting now, where we're looking at the structure, wanting to go into the transition into a regional parliament, a lot of what we're doing, both from the administrative side and the finance side, the structure from a transformation side would require the staffing to be 100%, and we would then require that our regional parliaments would be able to run smoothly, will transition smoothly, having the right complement of staff. So we're going about it the right way, and it's about choosing the right structure from there. And what we've seen now with the world challenges just happening in SADC alone, just with COVID-19 and terrorism, we've seen that parliaments know no boundaries anymore, that problems are not just problems of our brothers and sisters in countries away from us, that our problems are right here. And that we have to now, we have to now speak to issues that are regional, and that the parliament itself will require us to, have a more frequent interaction and more adequate interactions. And that was also in line with our theme yesterday, which also from the administrative side came out, which was the free trade agreements. And it was mentioned by the great doctor who said about Madagascar that, that when in breaking the shackles of colonialism, that one must make sure that Africa doesn't repeat the mistakes again, that to be truly free from all colonialism is to make sure that we do not then bring in any more in the future. And that, of course, is then to make sure that we move from not being exploited again, we move from more trade and less aid. And once again, I see that what we've been doing in this meeting was building those foundations for that. The staffing would also see that our capacity to write reports, I think it's sometimes overseen just how burdensome these reports have to be. These are reports that are written to sponsors for asking for sponsorship, the research that has to go into that, the amount of time and effort. And at the moment, what we see, we just see the tip of the iceberg. If you look under the water, you'll see a massive mountain underneath that water. And that you'll see is what the staffing, again, the importance of that. And so when you look at the transformation and you look at the salary structure, to take SADC into the next generation, to make it still appealing to people to want to come work for us, we really do have to look after the people that are also looking after us, as I always say to the Secretary General. So from our side, as I say, I'm a proud seconder of this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bergman. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by clicking the raise hand function on the Zoom platform. Honorable members, you are reminded that for purposes of accurate verbatim recording, you should always say out your name and country whenever given the floor to speak. And members are allowed a maximum of 4 minutes. Any member who would like to take the floor, show by hand on the screen, please. Secretary General, do you see any hand?
There are no hands on the screen, Honorable President, unless honorable members are having difficulty with the reaction icon. I'm scrolling through the pictures as well to make sure. None so far, Honorable President. None.
Any hand? None?
There are no hands.
I think that's a good sign that the report has been well received. I now call upon the mover to wind up the debate and move for the adoption of the motion. Honorable Dr. Fiorovana.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I do not have much to say, but I move the motion of adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I put the question that the report of the Executive Committee on Policy and Administrative Matters be adopted. Are there any objections? Any objections? I think there are none. The report of the Executive on Policy and Administrative Matters is duly adopted. And before the Vice President and his entourage goes, we would like to say on behalf of the SADC PF Plenary Assembly, congratulations to Madagascar on your Independence Day, and thank your government for allowing you to take leave to attend to this SADC plenary. This is a demonstration that Your government, and indeed your parliament, takes pride in contributing towards the smooth functioning of our SADC PF plenary assembly, the 49th plenary assembly. We thank your parliament for that and the government of Madagascar. Honorable members, join me in putting our hands together to say Happy Independence Day to Madagascar. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. As you had requested, you are now free to leave. Hopefully, we should be joining us tomorrow, or some of your delegations. Happy Independence Day once more. Thank you. Honorable members, we seem to be doing very well on time. It's 11 o'clock here. I think it's 10 o'clock in the DRC. We shall have a 25 minutes break, health break, and come back by 25 past 11, 25 past 10 DRC, so that we are seated for the next session at 11:30, our time here, and 10:30 in the DRC. We are accordingly adjourned for the health break now.
Yeah, I'm quickly testing out with one of the interpreters the audio. I will get back to you, sir.
Ronald?
You sound, Miss Baker, you sound very well. It sounds good. Miss Baker, can you hear me? Yeah, you sound good, man. Yeah, the sound is good. Yes. Please don't change devices. Yeah, I'm saying stick to this one. Don't change again.
Bambita didisaleti, inani veseromo. Bambita didisaleti, inani veseromo. Ginale senyatana, sone keserata zapudi ekukanawi. Ya moro banyana, ya siyali ditokwana. Zamasaka batururi na levesero. Janungi ya dumena, kya ibana yo mwe variki ya mutana. Aretali nyana tema, kine kiurata, mankaliwe. Kine kiurata, tali nyana tema, kine kiurata, mankaliwe. Kine kiurata, bambita sikupa muroko tsubanawi. Ile yele mawi. Ele yele. Are bambita kisaleti mawe inale veseromo ginale senyata sone keserata saburi ekukanawi yamuru banyana yasiyali pokwa samasaka batururi nale veseromo janungi yadumena kaikonela yo mwe variki ya mutana aretale nyana tema man kaliwe kalinyana tema man kaliwe are kalinyana tema man kaliwe yele 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 mawe yele 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 ma. Gisalete mawe, ele mawe ele kinale senyataniwe, ela zapuri ekukana batui, ela ya morobanya, uziali toko na tamasaka batu banawe, ele aretale yana tema, man kaliwe. Bana wajama bawa dijesi buela mola tema aretale yana tema man kaliwe bambita sikupa murokotu kabuwa kabona yo mwi bariki ya mutana ele yele mawi ele yele kare buela gai.
Yeah.
Bambita kidisaleti, inaleve seromo. Bambita kidisaleti, inaleve seromo. Ginale senyatana, sone ke serata sa pudie kukanawi. Ya moro banyana, ya siali ditokwana. Samasaka batururi naleve seromo. Janungi ya dumela, kaibana yo mwe bariki ya motana. Are kale nyana te. Kine kiura taban kita se kupa muroko tsubanawi. Ele yele mawi, ele yele, ele yele. Are bambita kidisaleti mawe inale seromo ginale senyeza sone ke serata sa burie kukanawi yamuru banyana yasiali pokwa samasaka batururi nale seromo janungi yadumena kaipana yo mwe bariki ya motana are tale nyana tema man kaliwe kalinyana tema man kaliwe are kalinyana tema man kaliwe yele 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 mawe yele 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 Gidisaleti mawe, ele mawe ele 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 ginale senyataniwe, ela sa purie kukana batui, ela ya morobanya, uziali poko na tama saka batu banawe, ele ele ele, aritale yana tema, man kaliwe. Banawajama bawa dijesi buela mola tema aretale yana tema man kaliwe bampita sikuba murokotsu kabuwa kabona yo mwe bariki ya motana ele yele mawi ele yele ele yele kare buela
Colleagues, it is time to commence business.
What is the SGs?
Don't you get it? The majestic twig can be many great things. Joined together, it can be shelter. Piled high, it can give us warmth as firewood.
SJ, can we start?
Indeed, Honorable.
The SG shall read the second order of the day.
Motion on the adoption of the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters.
Thank you. Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Financial Matters, Treasurer's Report. The Honorable Darren Bergman, the Treasurer, please proceed to move your motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hereby move that the 49th Plenary Assembly adopts the report of the Executive Committee on the Financial Matters.
Seconder.
I second the motion, Honorable President.
You are mute. We can't hear you.
Honorable Ndweni.
I second the motion, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Secretary General. There's some echo. There is some echo in the system.
Thank you, Honorable President. It would be helpful if the honorable members also muted any second device that they have when they take the floor. Also, IT kindly assist us to mute where necessary. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I now call upon the Honorable Bergman to proceed and present the report.
Thank you once again, Acting President Speaker of Zimbabwe, Mudenda, and Secretary General, and all the dignitaries that are in attendance, the observers, and special mention to my head of delegation, Speaker of South Africa, Thandi Modise. Honorable President, Honorable Speakers, leaders of delegations, I'd like to say the Executive Committee report on financial matters contains the following. The management accounts for the periods 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021, which included the status of member contributions as at the 31st of March 2021, the status of member contributions as submitted to the 49th Plenary Assembly for noting, as the same will inform the audited financial statements as at 31st of March 2021, which is the financial year end. An update on mandatory member contributions as at the 5th of June 2021 in the current financial year is also included. The 5th of June being the date that the Executive Committee had its meeting. This update includes the balances brought forward from the financial year ended on the 31st of March 2021. The budget performance report as of the 31st of March 2021, which also highlights the implications of the COVID-19 on the financial planning and performance for the financial year ended the 31st of March 2021, and details the expenditure on each budget line based on the budget approved by the 46th Plenary Assembly in December 2019. An update on the resource mobilization, funding from external resources, and finally, an update on action taken on plenary assembly resolutions, which included the disposal of property at 66 Eros Way in Eros, Windhoek, procurement of the official vehicle for the Secretary General, the review of the internal audit policy documents, and the secondment of the internal auditor. The report also contains a risk assessment, which is important in implementing the risk management strategy and policy that was approved by the 47th Plenary Assembly last year. So 1.1, the annual mandatory contributions as at the 31st of March 2021. Regarding this, the annual mandatory member contributions of the 31st March 2021, the Plenary Assembly is reminded that the annual mandatory contributions from member parliaments following a 5% increase approved by the 46th Plenary Assembly in December 2019 and effective the 1st of April 2020 stand at $1,501,500 Namibian per annum per parliament. The contributions of Seychelles, however, is $127,050 Namibian per annum due to the size of its population, as resolved when Seychelles initially became a member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. As indicated in the report, the total revenue from mandatory contributions for the financial year 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021 is therefore $21,148 Namibian dollars. Now, this includes Madagascar, which became a member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in December 2019. The status of contributions as at the 31st of March 2021 is contained in the schedule shared in the report. However, allow me to highlight the following. The following countries have not made any payments towards the contributions as at the 31st of March 2021. Angola, the DRC, and Tanzania. On the other hand, the following countries had made advance payments for the financial year beginning on the 1st of April 2021, in addition to settling the balances for the financial year ended 31st of March 2021. Malawi, who made a part payment of $748,500 Namibian dollars, and Mozambique and South Africa, who paid the full amount of $1,501,500 Namibian dollars each. Now, arrears in mandatory contributions beyond 12 months, Tanzania was owing 1.4 million Namibian dollars for the previous financial year, ending the 31st of March 2020, bringing the total balance outstanding as the 31st of March 2021 to $2.9 million. Now, let me emphasize that the above was the position as at the 31st of March 2021, and that this information is important for noting as it will be contained in the audited financial statement for this year. On the other hand, the status of the annual contribution as at the 5th of June, when the Executive Committee met, is also given in the report, and that the status has not changed as of today. Regarding the position of the DRC and Tanzania, the Executive Committee considered the provisions of Article 9.1 of the SADC PF Constitution, which provides for the suspension of a member of parliament that has arrears of more than 12 months, and resolved to allow the precedence that has been set in the past, where notwithstanding the provisions of Article 9.1, the matter of non-settlement of arrears has been settled through diplomatic means rather than suspension of a member. In arriving at this decision, the ExCo also considered the current economic situation prevailing in the defaulting countries and in the region as a whole, and also noted that the current global economic environment has been adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. So the recommendations for the consideration of the plenary assembly was: number one, the plenary assembly is requested to consider and take note of the status of the annual mandatory contributions as at the 31st of March 2021 and the updates as at the 5th of June 2021 in respect of the current financial year beginning the 1st of April 2021, that the plenary assembly is advised that Tanzania and DRC have been urged to settle their outstanding balances for the previous financial years as a matter of urgency in order to ensure a healthy cash flow and therefore the going concerns of the institution. And that number three, the plenary assembly is requested to commend member parliaments which have not defaulted for their diligent dedication to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as evidenced by their payments of the annual mandatory contributions and other support rendered to the forum. 1.3, the budget performance reports as of the 31st of March 2021. Honourable President, honourable members, the implications of COVID-19 on financial performances are detailed in the report that was circulated. Now, while the report situation is disheartening, the measures put in place as a result of the pandemic have resulted in reduced expenditure due to travel restrictions. Also, all the statutory meetings of the SADC PF have been held virtually through Zoom. To demonstrate the reduction in expenditure incurred in respect of the 47th and 48th plenary assemblies, which took place in October and November 2020 respectively, amounted to only 17% of the budget amounts of 3.2 million Namibian dollars. The budget variance reports, as at the 31st of March 2021, is provided in detail in a schedule with supporting explanations in the circulated report. 1.3.2.1, the context. The budget variance report does not include the donor-funded budgets, but focuses on mandatory member contributions and other contained in the SADC Parliamentary Forum main budget that was approved by the 46th Plenary Assembly in December 2019. Also included in that administrative fees earned from the SEDA funding and applied to various consultancies as approved by the Executive Committee. The total revenue for the financial year amounted to 21.58 million Namibian dollars and was made up of the following: the mandatory member contributions, which was 21.148 million and $50 million, an income from administrative fees of $407,236, and interest of 25,000 Namibian dollars, which brought up to us to a total of 21,580,286 Namibian dollars. The total budgeted expenditure amounted to 20 million Namibian dollars. So the total budgeted expenditure from member contributions for the financial year was 19.6 million. Additionally, during the financial year, the additional amount of 407,236 Namibian dollars received from the SEDA for administrative expenses was allocated for consultancies relating to the organizational development policies and procedures, thereby increasing budgeted expenditure to the 20.07 million Namibian dollars. So the total actual expenditure amounted to 14.88 million Namibian dollars, which represents 74% of their total budgeted expenditure for the year, and resulted in an overall favorable variance of 5.19 million, which is 26% of the budgeted expenditure. So the plenary assembly is advised that the amount of 1,501,500 from Madagascar did not form part of the budget for 2020-2021 financial year and was therefore not taken into account when budgeting for this expenditure. The unfavorable variances, the following budget lines have considerable unfavorable variances as at the 31st of March 2021, worth noting. The communication expenses of 33%. Now, expenditure on this budget line is unfavorable due to the unavoidable increase in computer license fees, monthly internet, telephone, and courier costs, resulting from increased use of internet and virtual facilities resulting from the COVID-19 restrictions. The audit costs, there's an unfavorable variance of 114%, which was realized due to additional work performed on the SRHR audit in order to align to the external audit terms of reference approved by the funding partner, SADC. The plenary assembly is also advised that the terms of reference were revised in order to incorporate an audit of the status of findings and recommendations that arose from the organizational assessment conducted by KPMG Zambia on behalf of SADC in 2019 and 2020. The implementation of the recommendations was a condition of further cooperation and funding from SADC, and it was obligatory on SADC PF to ensure an independent assessment of the same. Capital expenditure, an unfavorable variance of 111% was caused mainly by the necessary procurement of furniture and household equipment for the official residence pursuant to provision 6.2.9 4 of the Administrative Rules and Regulations. Expenditure of the official residence is provided in detail in the attached Appendix 1. We also made significant savings. The plenary assembly is advised that significant savings were realized as follows. The plenary assembly budget, 83%, because of the 47th and 48th plenary assemblies both took place virtually due to the restrictions brought about by COVID. While 3.2 million was budgeted, the total expenditure incurred for both was only 533,233 Namibian dollars, resulting in a favorable variance of 2.6 million, which is 83%. Our travel, subsistence, and transport savings was 107%. The Exco is advised that there was no expenditure incurred on this budget line due to the travel restrictions resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. The favorable variance is at 107% due to the fact that the 7% was funds refunded to the institution by the travel agent for a cancelled trip. Election observation missions were 100%. Although there was a budget for 300,000 Namibian dollars, no funds were spent on this budget line. Apart from the travel restrictions, it was noted that the provision is inadequate for election observation missions, rendering it impossible to carry out the missions without additional funding from member parliaments and cooperating partners. Contributions from Madagascar. And indicated in previous reports, the amount of 1.501,500 from Namibian dollars from Madagascar did not form part of the budget for 2021 financial year approved by the 46th Plenary Assembly in December 2019, as Madagascar was admitted to the SADC Parliamentary Forum after the budget was approved. However, for accounting purposes, the Madagascar contribution is recognized as income as it was invoiced on the 1st of April 2020, and it does increase the total revenue from mandatory contributions for the financial year 20 to 2021 from 19.6 million to 21.148 million. The above means that the amount of 1.501,500 Namibian dollars has not been allocated to any budget line. The plenary assembly is advised that the amount will be part of the excess of income and over expenditure that will form part of the accumulated reserves of the forum as at the 31st of March 2021. The recommendations for the consideration of the plenary assembly is requested to consider and take note of the performance of the budget as at the 31st of March 2021, especially the following. Number one, the performance of the budget as of the 31st of March 2021, which reflects a total favorable variance of 5.19 million Namibian dollars with significant savings realized during the year. Number two, the reasons for the unfavorable variances incurred on some budget lines. Number 3, the budget lines with significant savings realized for the financial year and the reasons thereof. Number 4, the mandatory contributions from Madagascar for the financial year ended 31st of March 2021 that was not taken into account when the budget was approved by the 46th Plenary Assembly in December 2019, and which therefore will form part of the excess of income over expenditure for the financial year. This excess will be added to the accumulated service reserves. Updates on resource mobilization or funding from external sources. Details of funds received from partners are shown in the schedule report. A total of 21 million Namibian dollars was received from cooperating partners during the period of 1st of April to the 31st of March 2021. And when added to the internally generated funds, also just over $21 million brings the total funds available to 42 million Namibian dollars. You will note, honorable members, that donor funds makes up about 50% of the total funds available, and this is attributable to the resource mobilization efforts of the Secretariat. However, for accounting purposes, any donor funds that are not utilized at the end of the financial year are treated as reserve funds and are recognized as a liability rather than an income. This means that should the funds not be taken forward to be used in the next financial year, the unutilized funds are to be paid back to the donor. In the case of the SADC funds for the SRHR program, the unaudited balance of restricted funds as at the 31st of March 2021 amounted to $1.2 million or 18 million Namibian dollars, and included balances brought forward from the year ended 31st of March 2020. The funds have since been included in the budget for the financial year beginning 1st of April 2021. The Plenary Assemblies advised that the utilization rate for the donor funds was low, 45% roughly for the SADC funds, due to the fact that most meetings that were expected to be held physically were actually held virtually due to the COVID-19 restrictions. The Plenary Assembly is also advised that there are a number of cooperating partners who have rendered in-kind support to SADC PF and have collaborated with the Forum in the implementation of some of its activities, such as the UN Family, APHRC, ARASA, Plan International, SAFAIDS, RCT Africa, and the RPU Hub, to name a few. Partners have provided resource persons for thematic meetings of standing committees and other organs, and have contributed towards interpretation and translation costs. Many have made direct payments to service providers, making it difficult to estimate the contributions in money terms. So the recommendations for the consideration of the Plenary Assembly: number 1, the Plenary Assembly is requested to take note of the contributions from the cooperating partners and donor community and the significant percentage to the total revenue of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Number 2, the Plenary Assembly is also requested to appreciate the reason for the low utilization rates. The Plenary Assembly is also advised that the funds from donors or other cooperating partners are meant for specific program or expenditure and cannot be applied to activities that are not part of this agreement signed with the donor. In this regard, any donor funds not utilized at the end of the financial year are treated as restricted funds for accounting purposes and recognized as a liability rather than an income. This means that, that should the funds not be taken forward to be used in the next financial year, the unutilized funds are to be paid back to the donor. An update on action taken on the Plenary Assembly resolutions, starting with the property at 66 Eros Way, Eros, Windhoek, Namibia. The Plenary Assembly is advised that pursuant to the re-advertisement of the invitation for bids, an offer was received on the 17th of May 2021 in the amount of 2.8 million Namibian dollars from an individual. In this regard, the EXCO unanimously resolved to accept the offer of $2.8 million, notwithstanding the fact that it falls short of the reserve price by 50,000 Namibian dollars. The process of securing the sale is ongoing, and an update will be given at the 49th plenary assembly session. The recommendations for the consideration of the plenary assembly. The plenary assembly is invited to take note of the above development. The procurement of official vehicle for the Secretary General. Due to the prevailing circumstances and uncertainties in the car market, the EXCO resolved that the procurement of the vehicle should be put in abeyance for 3 months up to September 2021, while awaiting the release of new and better models by motor vehicle suppliers. This was the advice of the directors of motor vehicle companies. The recommendation for the consideration of the plenary assembly is invited to take note of this development. The review of internal audit policy documents. The review of the internal audit policy documents is ongoing. The assignment was awarded to KPMG Zambia at a cost of $7,670, and this revised documents is expected to be submitted by the end of June 2021. And the recommendation for the consideration of the plenary assembly is that the plenary assembly is invited to take note of this development. The secondment of the internal auditor, the Parliament of Mozambique has seconded Mr. Helio Nunes de Costa Chipe as internal auditor for a period of 2 years, from the 24th of May 2021 to the 23rd of May 2023. Mr. Chipe has a degree in economics from Eduardo Mondlane University and has attended courses in internal auditing. He is proficient in spoken and written Portuguese and is fair in spoken and written English. He has been employed as internal auditor in the National Assembly of Mozambique from 2010 until now. The recommendation for consideration to the plenary assembly is that the plenary assembly is requested to take note of the above developments and to commend the National Assembly of Mozambique for the secondment of the internal auditor. In terms of the risk assessment, the plenary assembly is advised that the risk management system is now being implemented. The various risks and mitigating actions are contained in a detail in the circulated report. The plenary assembly is invited to note that the risks were initially listed as a hypothetical baseline to the introduction of the risk register and to kickstart the implementation of the risk management system. In this regard, the review and management of risks is an ongoing process. The current system in place to mitigate risks and further required mitigation actions are detailed in the risk register, which is available to members. Most of the mitigating actions have since been implemented or are in the process of being actioned. As a result, it is submitted that most of the risk ratings have moved from high to low. So the recommendation for the consideration of the plenary assembly is that the plenary assembly is invited to take note of the risks and the mitigating actions, both implemented and outstanding. Number two, the plenary assembly is advised that the terms of reference of the EXCO and its subcommittee are in the process of being reviewed in order to incorporate risk management. Mr. President, I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beckman, for your detailed, well summarized financial report. If you may allow, honorable members, I shall now call upon the seconder, the Honorable Ndiweni, to debate seconding the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Firstly, I would like to thank Honorable Bergman for presenting the report. Yes. Yes, you can. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion of the Executive Committee, also known on financial matters, also known as the Treasurer's Report. Mr. President, let me start by stating the fact that it is not a secret that due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, there's been indeed a shift in priorities for all our member countries. It is therefore encouraging that most member parliaments have been able to ensure that the annual mandatory contributions to the forum for the financial year ended 31st March 2021 have been paid. In addition, some parliaments have since settled their contribution for this financial year as well. This is testimony of the commitment of our membership to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and therefore to the promotion of regional integration. While the restrictions on travel and physical gatherings brought about by the pandemic have resulted in budgetary savings so far, the prices of goods and services continue to rise. In this regard, Mr. President, it is important that the membership must reflect and consider whether or not the forum can continue to operate with the current level of budgetary contribution once the situation gets back to normal. I foresee, Mr. President, also a situation where it may become more difficult to source funds from donors and cooperating partners in the coming years due to the fact that resources will have been applied to more pressing priorities to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. As we are all aware, in order for the forum to continue its operation efficiently and effectively, we have considered various cost management measures, but even these cannot be sustained in the long term. A time will come, Mr. President, when we must consider other more sustainable options. Mr. President, the Executive Committee, through the Finance Subcommittee, is in the process of further strengthening its oversight on the financial performance of the forum. In this regard, the Executive Committee has commissioned the development of internal audit policy documents, which will be finalized before the end of July 2021. The implementation of the same will include revision of the terms of reference of the Finance Subcommittee to incorporate functions of an audit committee. Allow me, Mr. President, also to appreciate the secondment of an internal auditor by the Parliament of Mozambique. Thank you, Mozambique. We trust that the internal auditor will be facilitated to conduct these duties effectively within the limitations occasioned by COVID-19 travel restrictions. Mr. President, allow me to take this opportunity to assure this august House that the Secretariat, guided by the Executive Committee, continue to embrace good governance principles of accountability and transparency, and have exhibited discipline in management of financial affairs. As indicated in the Treasurer's report, the forum has managed to implement its activity within the approved budgetary provision. It is my belief that the final audited accounts for the year ended 31st March 2021 will bear testimony to this fact. The Secretariat's efforts, Mr. President, must be commended in this regard. In addition, various policies that promote good governance have been implemented, such as the risk management policy. As you can see, Mr. President, the Treasurer's report now carries a section on risk management in order to keep the membership informed on the identified risks and the actions required or taken to mitigate the same. As I conclude, Mr. President, I wish to urge this plenary session to support the efforts of the Secretariat and truly appreciate the hard work that the executive committee and its subcommittee are putting in to improve the institution. With these few words, Mr. President, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndiweni, for seconding the motion. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by clicking the raise hand function on the Zoom platform. Honorable members, you are reminded that for purposes of accurate verbatim recording, you should always say out your name and country wherever given the floor to speak. Members who want to debate are allowed a maximum of 4 minutes. I now open the debate to the floor.
Honorable President, we have a raised hand from Eswatini, Honorable Senator Isaac Memo Magagula. I shall await for at least 1 or 2 more hands. We have another hand, Honorable President, from Mozambique. From Mozambique, we have another hand from Botswana. We have another hand from the Honorable President, DRC. Those are the 4 names the 4 hands that we have raised currently. We may wish to proceed, Honorable President. We have another name from Honorable Goodluck Kwaramba from Zimbabwe. I repeat, Honorable Senator Isaac Memo Magagula from Mozambique, Honorable Speaker Esperanza, but I believe it's from the delegation. Botswana, the host, Botswana delegation has also raised their hand. The Honorable President Christoph Mboso has raised his hand, and we also have Zimbabwe Honorable Goodluck Kwaramba. That is all for now, Honorable Acting President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General. I was not aware the President is back. I'm not sure whether I'm still safe in the seat, temporary seat. With his permission, I may proceed to call upon the Honorable Magagula from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Acting President. I thank the opportunity to make an intervention to be part of the ventilation process following the very articulate and comprehensive report presented. We really appreciate. Mr. President, 1 or 2 comments, clarifications, if not questions. First, time and again, Honorable President, this issue of outstanding subscriptions, contributions by member states has always cropped up in the background of the entity, our forum, being threatened by cash flow liquidity, and therefore its going concern as an entity. The last we discussed this matter in ESCO, we recommended, as the President would remember, that the this matter be taken diplomatically with the countries concerned, in particular our member state of Tanzania, where apart from the Secretariat writing or talking to his counterpart there, maybe the clerk of parliament, we implored the president of the forum to do his bit to talking to the country's authorities. It would be appreciated, Chairperson, how that process has gone, because it seems up to now nothing positive has come to the fore. Then the second point, Chairperson, for your consideration is the sale of the SG's house, albeit that it was sold at a price lower than reserve price. We agreed in ESCO meeting that it could be sold at the lower price because that was the only offer that we had. In the report, it is stated that during this plenary, we would be given an update. So all I'm asking, Acting President, is an update. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Magagula. You have kept within the 4 minutes. Well done. Mozambique. Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I begin by greeting the illustrious speakers and MPs here present. Greetings to Madagascar for your Independence Day. Mr. Chair, I would like to intervene with regard to the payments yet to be made, not effective. All of us, Southern African countries, and not only, we are all faced by the same challenges, constraints in terms of financial resources. I greet the effort undertaken towards the DRC and Tanzania making the payment of the outstanding amounts. And I would like to agree with our colleague Magagula when he says that the actual secretariat and the chair in functions, the current chair, must be a lot more active in terms of convincing these countries that they pay their debt in a manner that we do not face financial constraints in the exercise of our activities. The other comment I would like to put to you is with regard to the contributions by cooperating partners. The report says that it is difficult to know how much cooperating partners contributed, given the fact that they make the payments directly to the suppliers. But I would like to believe that it is possible to ascertain such amounts, even though the partners do make the payments to the suppliers. It's a matter of requesting the cooperating partners, and thus we will have the records of each cooperating partner is contributing to our organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Byers, my sister. Again, kept within the time. I hope you had wonderful independence celebration yesterday. Congratulations once more. Can I call upon Botswana?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I can think it's still in the morning. Good morning, everyone, in this important forum. And let me just highlight two or three things. Firstly, I would like to thank the presenter for a good presentation for what you have done so far. Then again, I thank executive committee and the subcommittee to have done these accounts to the end. But Mr. President, my only concern here, like we did say in the past forum, we wanted to make this a contribution maybe to the countries which can manage. We made it clear in the past forum that we must make the contribution in time, so that if it happens that other member state will be having a problem of outstanding, it won't affect the parliamentary forum sessions and other activities which might be affected if maybe at one point we'll find ourselves not having enough contribution for the forum. So I don't think this thing has been done so far, because looking at the outstanding balances in member countries, it shows that point up to now, we haven't carried it forward. And we have made it clear that in the past forum that the subscriptions to the member states, one country may contribute, meaning to say that on timely basis, not taking the whole amount at a time. And we mustn't wait for the time to elapse without making the contribution. So that thing must be, we must revisit it and try to urge our member countries to take this seriously, because we can't, most of the time, depends on donors and other NGOs maybe in our activities of the forum. Member state must make it a point that we are ahead of the appointment. The last issue, Mr. President, I know post-COVID, I know now there's a big problem of this COVID pandemic issue. But post-COVID, we must make sure that at least we have a model way. We make how we will be doing this payment, so that other countries which found it difficult or have problems in their state for the contribution, they can have a leeway of approaching the SADC Secretariat to make sure that they make this thing in time and without making it that there will be the Secretariat will be in most time aging them when time have gone. And this thing, I will urge our member state to make sure that it's a point that we start making our payment in time, because at one point we'll find ourselves in a big problem without the organization executing its mandate accordingly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Before you switch off, you didn't indicate your name for purposes of recording. Your name.
I think I did, Mr. President. I said I'm Paulson Majaga from Botswana.
Honorable?
Honorable Paulson Majaga, Botswana.
Thank you.
Paulson Majaga.
Majaga, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we ask the DRC, the Honorable President himself. The DRC.
Honorable President, chers collègues.
Honorable President, honorable members, parliamentaries, distinguished guests to this forum, once again, I'm really privileged and honored to be among all of you. I would like to thank warmly Honorable Speaker Jacob Mudenda for brilliantly presiding over this session while I was absent. Thank you very much for your capacity and ability to stir up the deliberations. Now I will just mention the financial and administrative matters, and I would like to warmly thank Honorable Bergman for this very comprehensive report that he has given to this August Assembly. And I would like to reassure the members of this institution that when it comes to DRC, we will fulfill our obligations when it comes to the contributions before the end of this month of July. It is good to be reminded that we should always contribute, make our financial contributions at the beginning of the year in order to allow for our organization to perform adequately. There would seem to be a little hiccup with the DRC's connection. We apologize.
It's a connection issue, Honorable Acting President. I believe they will get back on. It's a bandwidth issue. We may wait a bit or proceed with the Honorable Goodluck Koramba, and when they get back, we may proceed. They will reconnect.
We give them 1 minute.
Indeed, Honorable Chair.
Put it nearer you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Wait
Mr.
a minute. Switch it off. Any luck, Secretary General?
No luck
Connect.
yet, Honorable Speaker. IT. We may wish to proceed, Honorable Chair, Acting President, and then give them the floor when they make it back.
Thank you very much, SJ. Honorable Kwaramba from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Goodluck Kwaramba from Zimbabwe. My first question has been adequately addressed by Eswatini, but my second question arises from the fact that you mentioned that 50% of our revenue comes from donor funds. And you went on to say that if these funds are not utilized, they are returned to the donor. Was there a situation where SADC has failed to utilize these funds, considering the financial constraints that we have? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Kwaramba. DRC, are they on? Secretary General?
Not yet, Honorable Acting President, not yet.
If I may use the privilege of the chair, if there are no other hands up, I may want to. They are on now.
No, Honorable Acting President, you may use your privilege and therefore also recognize Honorable Pumlele Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Is that a second bite?
It is a first, well, it is a second bite.
All right.
From the same country, but different honorable members.
It doesn't matter. They can have the second bite. Eswatini.
I'm very sorry, Honorable President. I raised by mistake. I'm very sorry.
Oh, I thought you were hankering after a second bite. Okay,
No.
fine. Thank
Not
you. Thank you. I was saying, using the privilege of the chair, I may ask the treasurer to respond to the issues raised while we wait for the connectivity with DRC.
Nanje ukhuluma lenye ilimi sengibebatha ngiseve. Uthusale ngimiyekela.
Thank you, Chair. I can do that.
Thank you.
My apologies, Honorable Acting President. The President is back online.
I will make way for the President.
Thank you, Honorable Treasurer. Thank you. Mr. President, may you proceed from where you left?
Eswatini, kindly mute your microphone. Honorable Pumlen.
Honorable President, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. As I was saying earlier, DRC will fulfill its obligations when it comes to financial contributions in July of this year. And if we want our institution to operate as flawlessly as possible, it would be very, very good if our financial contributions may be made at the beginning of the year so that the institution may operate and work as greatly as we know it can. That's what I wanted to suggest. And I would like to ask Mr. Bergman, I think I heard he suggested that the funds that were not used may be sent back to the donors. Why should I wanted to understand why should we send back these funds instead of reusing it or reassigning it to other operations and other needs pertaining to our institution? This is my question in essence. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I hope in the Treasurer's response, the question will be responded to on the question of engagement with Tanzania diplomatically. Honorable Treasurer.
Chair, once again, thank you very much. And it's always great to get a compliment from a president and more specifically, President Mboso for the second time. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'd like to start off with you in terms of protocol and say that I appreciate that your contribution, and you did make that clear in the EXCO meeting that that's exactly what would happen, is that you will pay by the end of July. And, you know, this report was from that. In terms of our funding from the donors, and this will cover quite a few of the questions that were raised. First of all, the donors give us funding on the premise that we will use it for specific projects. And as I have made it clear that there's a lot of effort that goes into writing the proposal, and the proposal is quite a comprehensive document and says that this is what we'll be using the money for. And so by the end of it, this is what the donor gives us the money for. And if we don't use that money, that's pretty much, we can always try and go back and say, we would like to use it for X, Y, and Z, or here's another feasible project. In the past, I'm proud to say that SADC has always used their money, 100% donor funding. This time around, it's because of COVID that there's been a low utilization of project funding. So SADC's never really been in this position before. But thanks to the department and the secretariat, they've managed to this time negotiate that the amounts will be forwarded to the next financial period this time around. So it's upon us to make sure that, that we will use the funding this time. But I'm sure there's more than one way to skin a cat in terms of using that fund within the right way. To go back to Eswatini, to Honorable Makagula, the non-payments, and this will also again cover a few concerns, both in Mozambique and Botswana. I'm the treasurer, so I'm not the judge, I'm not the jury, and I'm not the diplomat, or I'm not the important person. So I can't go up to the president or the speaker. I can only report what the black and white figures are. I can only say that this is what is happening, and then it's up to the EXCO to say what they should be doing. I bring up the figures not to embarrass anyone, and I bring up the figures not to shine a spotlight on any country. But yes, it is concerning that, you don't want any country to fall way behind, because then to catch it up is going to be horribly, hard on the budgets, especially if there's all of a sudden a COVID this time, and there might be terrorism the next time, let's say, and all of a sudden your budgets need to be spent on defense or on health. And now you've also got to worry about paying fees that that are creeping up on you. So it would be upon us to try and find ways to accommodate countries that are falling behind. But what we also need to do, and we also have to be aware of, is that if you create a culture of not collecting monies and not collecting payments, you're sending out a message to countries that, those that fall behind, other countries might then decide, because there's countries that can ill afford it if you look at their budgets, that are still paying as much as they can. And, that's why we're very thankful to all the payments we can get. And the country that even shows that a part payment is showing commitment. And I think if you look at what the countries, if we can look at a part payment or you can make a contribution, what you don't want is next year 3 or 4 countries dropping out and saying, well, we're not paying this year because so-and-so didn't pay, because then you're going to create a diplomatic nightmare within SADC. And I think we can ill afford that. So it is very good, the concerns raised. I'm sure the EXCO have taken that into account, but that's way above my pay grade. I'm sure Honorable Mudenda's taken that one into his pay grade, and he'll be dealing with that, no doubt. In terms of the property, what happened was we received the offer. We wrote back to thank the purchaser. We did try and request that it would be easier for them to, if they could give us that 50,000 Rand more, it would be easier to keep that, it would be easier for the paperwork. They came back and said that they couldn't, because what they're waiting on is their own bond to go, they're waiting on their own sale, and then they're waiting on a bond to be registered in their name. They even requested that they rent the house from us. But there's a concern that the house that our house is not in a state to be rented out in. For many reasons, it's actually not livable at this point legally, from a municipality point of view. The second concern is we believe that once we start renting this out and there's no bond or there's no agreement in place yet, it gives the purchaser an opportunity to actually renege on the deal. So it was seen that at this stage, it's rather that we get the deal in writing first, signed, and then we can make decisions as to whether we rent or not rent, or, you know, bring to the exco all the other, you know, the nitty-gritty. So as it stands now, we are waiting on the purchaser to get a bond approved, and then we can come back and report more to the plenary. I think that covers most of the concerns and questions raised. Yeah, I think that was it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for the questions and the comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bergman. The first question from Eswatini, my understanding was that with any efforts undertaken, first to write to Tanzania, and secondly, get the president of SADC PF to engage diplomatically. Your response there is not very clear whether those two issues were done. Honorable Bergman.
Thanks, Chair. I stand corrected. The Secretary General, if I'm not mistaken, did send out a letter. I've had sight of that letter. It was on that level that the letter was sent out. I was going to wait for the end to thank the Secretariat, because they have been driving a lot of the decisions that were made at the Exco. But before that decision was even made at the Exco for the President to speak to the countries, the letters were sent out to those people, to those countries that were in arrears. The letters were sent to the clerks, if I'm not mistaken, to just remind them that to speak to their delegations about the membership. But I'm sure that the SG can provide extra information if required on that one.
SJ, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Honorable Acting President. Indeed, the Treasurer has basically exhausted all steps that have been taken. The Honorable President is seized with the matter and is considering action onward to Tanzania. I thank you.
I understand your diplomatic response, but let's leave that perhaps for the next meeting of ESCO. May I now call upon the Treasurer, Honorable Bergman, to move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you, Chair. For the last time, I'd like to then move for the adoption of this tabled report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I put the question that...
Apologies,
Yeah.
Honorable Acting President. The hand of Mozambique shot up immediately concluded your instruction to the Honorable Treasurer. I believe the question from Mozambique was not addressed in terms of the collation and accounting for the resources that come from other partners. There's a hand from Mozambique for the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Acting President. I don't know if that is unprocedural, but technology failed me.
No, that's fine. That is in order. My sister, Honorable Bass, you can have
Muito
the
obrigada, meu irmão Mudenda, Excelência. Quero agradecer.
Thank you very much, my brother Mudenda. I would like to thank the Treasurer on his response. But in fact, I would like to have an answer regarding the accounting records relating to payments from the donors. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, seeking clarification from the treasurer. Honorable Treasurer, can you take the floor, please?
Thank you very much. Can I then rather make those available to the Honourable Speaker and whoever else would like those via email, or would that be satisfactory?
As chair, my understanding of the question is that your report must indicate the accounting procedures for those funds so that they are part and parcel of the treasurer's report. That's my understanding of the question. Unless Mozambique may want to guide me on that one.
If I may, Honorable.
Yes.
Acting President, we will include as part of our reporting on all the funding, including those that are coming from external partners. It is possible that it can be collated. It was an issue of us doing this in good time for the spending and for a certain period. It will be done. It will form part of the Treasurer's report in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the Honorable Mozambique Speaker will be quite happy. Do I see a hand there? Which
From the
country is that?
delegation of Namibia, there is a hand, Honorable.
Yes, delegation from Namibia. From Namibia. Namibia, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Acting President. My name is Vipakuye Muharukwa. I am a newbie to the to the SADC PF. Hence, my question is perhaps one that should emanate from a newcomer. I've just noted something of, as a delegation noted something of interest, and it is the proportion of donor funds versus that which we collect ourselves. One can almost say it is at par, falling short by less than 1%. Now, one can look at can anticipate the sort of agony that the Secretariat has when they look at these figures, specifically when one looks at the fact that these monies are supposed to be expended in conformity with the agreement or the intentions of the donor. The question that one has, and briefly, is do we have a strategy in place perhaps to improve on our own revenue rather than the funds being collected from member states? And if there are such initiatives in place or intentions, what are they? Just briefly, do excuse me if I'm perhaps taking the meeting back, or if I'm taking the meeting back to things that we already discussed. As I said, I'm a newbie, and it would be quite of interest to hear. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I shall indulge you for the sake of the reason that you are new, because I had called for the adoption of the report. I'm sure the Honorable Treasurer also may want to crave your indulgence. Honorable Treasurer.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start off again with the Speaker of Mozambique. I think what you're seeing is, from your request, why I said I table that report for you is that we've never been asked that before, and I'm happy to do so in terms of going further into the report. It's an interesting question, and I'm happy to do so. What we must understand is that each donor that gives us money requires us to give them a budget. So they themselves would audit how our money is spent. So we account to the donor in how that money is spent. So there's always a record of that money being spent. What we do is a fund accountability statement, and it's individually given to for all donor funds, and it forms part of the consolidated audited financial statements. So we can make that available. So we can accommodate it. It's just a matter of putting it in the paperwork. I'm happy to do that. It's just, as I said, if you want that now, I can give it to you as an email, if you like that. But please, just as I say, as I understand your question, every single project comes with a budget. The money wouldn't be given to us if we didn't have a budget that's already agreed upon. In terms of our new colleague, the monies that are collected, there's usually, how it happens is most of the countries are already compliant. So they either pay within the first 3 or 4 months. Some countries already, as you see, one, 2 or 3 countries already pay in advance. And then there's, maybe the odd 2 or 3 countries that you struggle with. And it's never the same countries. I don't have too, I've only got a few years of institutional knowledge here, but it's never the same countries. Every few years, it's different countries at the top, it's different countries at the bottom, it's different countries in the middle. But there's it's almost like we've never really, I don't think there's ever had to be far more of an escalation than making an approach president to president and just reminding that country of their obligation, and it coming maybe halfway, 3 years is probably the longest outstanding that one has tolerated in SADC. I don't think it will be longer than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Treasurer. I want to consider the matters that arose after I called for the motion to be adopted. With that clarification, I put the question that the report of the Executive Committee on Financial Matters, the Treasurer's report, be adopted. And I don't see any further objections. Therefore, the report of the Executive Committee on the Financial Matters, the Treasurer's report, is duly adopted. Honorable members, we still have minutes. Using the powers vested in me temporarily, I want to suggest that we adjourn now for lunch. Instead of coming at 1400 hours, we come at 1350 back for the next session. I don't see any objection. This session is adjourned accordingly until 1350 and 1250 for DRC. Thank you, honorable speakers. Thank you, honorable members.
multi-party democracy. Roughly it is the size of France, with an estimated surface area of 580 square kilometers. It is entirely landlocked, bordered by its neighbors, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and South Africa. Beat the drums, beat! Let the sounds resonate as I tell you about the beauty of my country. A cosmopolitan and beautiful country, Gaborone, the capital city. A safe environment to work, live, and play. Botswana has had a reputation as a diamond of Africa. The stability and good governance over decades, coupled with healthy distribution and economic growth, has helped us develop one of Africa's most desirable destinations. I am talking about the Botswana. I am talking about the peace in the mountains. Let the sound of the drums resonate as I tell you about the beauty of my country. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today and say to you, welcome to Botswana, our pride, your destination. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, now.
Is this working? Good afternoon, SJ. Can we resume?
Indeed, Honorable Acting President, we may resume.
Thank you very much. May I have the pleasure of handing over the chair to the rightful person, the Honorable Speaker of the DRC, our President. I so hand over. Thank you.
Merci de la parole.
Thank you very
Thank you
much
for allowing me the floor.
Honorable speakers, honorable members,
President,
dear colleagues,
distinguished guests,
distinguished
honorable members
guests.
After a well-deserved break,
After a well-deserved break,
we are
we
going
will
to
now resume
our
the session.
deliberations.
Once more, I would
Once again, I
like to
would like to thank the Honorable Speaker Jacob Mudenda for
having
presiding in my stead.
guided
Thank
so
you very
well
much.
the meeting in my absence.
We are now
now
on the third point
on
of order.
the
I would
next step of the agenda,
request
and I would
the
like to
General
ask
Secretary to
Madam
read
SG to
the
please
third
guide
point
us into
in
the
the
third
agenda
point
today.
on our agenda. You have
Madam
the floor.
Secretary General.
Thank you, Honorable President. Statement by Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Nzuda Mulimo Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe, on decisions by the 142nd Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings held virtually from the 24th to the 28th of May 2021 in terms of Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure. I thank you, Honorable President. IT. Do we have a technical hitch?
It's okay now.
Okay.
SG, Secretary General.
Honorable.
Yes, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the invitation by the president in terms of the procedure.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker Mudenda, you may await the president's instruction to take the floor.
Thank you.
We are trying to establish if we have a technical.
Si les ennuis techniques ont pris fin,
As for the little technical hiccups, honorable members of the plenary assembly, I will therefore now invite the head of the Zimbabwean delegation, the Honorable Speaker Jacob Francis Nzuda Mulimo Mudenda, to make a statement on the 142nd Assembly of the UPI and all meetings that were held virtually from the 24th to the 28th May 2021 pursuant to the Rule 45 of our Constitution. You can hear me, all of you?
Yes, we can. Honorable President, I now proceed with my statement. The 142nd IPU Assembly was held virtually under the overall theme, Overcoming the Pandemic Today and Building a Better Tomorrow, the role of parliaments from 24th to the 28th May 2021. The Assembly was preceded by meetings of standing committees, the Forum of Women's Parliamentarians, the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, and other subsidiary bodies of the Governing Council. Here are the summary of decisions of the Governing Council. Number 1, elections. The following members were elected to the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Mr. S. Okolati of Belgium, Mr. S. Spengeman of Canada, Mr. B. Mbuku Laka of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ms. L. Cotapelli of Italy, and Ms. C. Esian Pereira of Uruguay. Our congratulations, therefore, go to Mr. P. B. Buku Laka of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for having been elected from SADC countries. Number 2, the following members were elected into the Committee on the Middle East Question. Mr. M.E. Al-Sis Al-Buinani of Bahrain, Mr. G. Migliori of Italy, and Mr. M.O. Amheri of the United Arab Emirates. The Governing Council endorsed the nominations received from geopolitical groups for vacancies in the IPU bodies. Southern Africa submitted the candidatures of Honorable E. Mulembwe of Mozambique for the Bureau of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, and Honorable N. Bujela of Eswatini for the Bureau of the Forum of Women's Parliamentarians. Honorable Bujela's candidature was endorsed, while that of Honorable Mulembwe was rejected on the basis of the principle of rotation. Subsequently, the vacancy was filled by Mr. A. Kachi from Algeria, representing the northern region. Our congratulations, therefore, to Honorable Bujela of Eswatini from our SADC region. Financial statements of 2020 of the IPU. The Governing Council approved the financial results for 2020. An analysis of the financial results were given a clean bill by both the internal auditor and the external auditors. Revision of the IPU strategy. As indicated in my previous briefing, the process for revision of the IPU strategy was launched in early 2021. The revision will help to reshape and accelerate how the IPU can better deliver on its core mandate to empower parliaments to promote peace, democracy, and sustainable development. In this regard, I wish to appeal to SADC parliaments to actively engage the IPU Secretariat during the revision of the process by making sound and timeous input. Future parliamentary meetings of the IPU. The Governing Council endorsed the schedule of the IPU future parliamentary meetings. For now, all meetings will be virtual. The hybrid format will be explored to allow for maximum participation by member parliaments. SADC countries are encouraged to actively participate in the scheduled meetings. The 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. The in-person 5th World Conference of Speakers is scheduled for the 7th to the 8th September 2021 in Vienna, Austria. The conference will be preceded by the Women's Speakers Summit on 6 September 2021. Invitation letters were sent to all member parliaments. Please register your attendance now as directed by the IPU Secretariat. Next item was achieving universal membership. The IPU now has 179 member parliaments, up from 155 member parliaments in 2010. Achieving universal membership remains on the agenda of the IPU. Accordingly, diplomatic maneuvers to engage the non-members continue under the stewardship of the IPU president. Member parliaments are also encouraged to raise the issue of IPU membership with sisterly non-member parliaments. Now, the status of member parliaments as far as areas are concerned, the Governing Council Executive Committee is encouraging all member countries in areas to own up. The SADC PF parliaments are therefore reminded to be up to date in their assessed contributions. Now, there's a creation of an IPU Crema Pass Prize. This is an award. The Governing Council endorsed the creation of the Crema Pass Prize, which will be awarded annually to a parliamentarian or a group of parliamentarians who make, and I quote, an outstanding contribution to the defense and promotion of the IPU's objectives, as well as those who contribute to a more united, fair, secure, and sustainable and equitable world, unquote. Once operational, all member parliaments would submit nominations of eligible parliamentarians. Decisions of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians was another issue. The Governing Council endorsed the decisions of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians on parliamentarians from Egypt, Libya, Myanmar, Philippines, Turkey, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. The case from Zimbabwe involves Honorable Joanna Mamombe. I wish to apprise the plenary that the Parliament of Zimbabwe has consistently provided the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians factual updates on the affected MPs, such as Honorable Mamombe's circumstances. As a gesture of goodwill, Parliament of Zimbabwe extended an invitation to the IPU to undertake a fact-finding mission to Zimbabwe. It now behoves the committee to propose convenient dates for that mission to happen. Resolutions adopted at the 142nd Assembly of the IPU. A resolution submitted by Standing Committee on Peace and International Security on the subject of parliamentary strategies to strengthen peace and security against threats and conflicts resulting from climate-related disasters and their consequences, unquote, primarily calls for immediate and multilateral action to address climate change and mitigate its effects on international stability and security with the same urgency as the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Accordingly, Parliament should expedite and facilitate the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Resolutions submitted by the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development, Finance and Trade on mainstreaming digitalization and the circular economy to achieve the SDGs, particularly responsible consumption and production, calls on parliaments to mainstream digitalization and circular economy principles into public policies and national strategies, and to adopt an enabling legal framework for implementation. The Speaker's Conference Outcome Document. The outcome document reflected on the unprecedented global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly as it exacerbated inequalities within and between countries and stalled socio-economic progress on sustainable development, youth empowerment, and gender equality. The document underscored the need for parliamentary action at the national level and through multilateralism to resolve global challenges arising from COVID-19 unprecedented impact. Accordingly, participants made a commitment to ensure that relief efforts reach the most vulnerable groups and that vaccines, tests, and treatments are affordable as well as being accessible to all who need them in line with the SDGs operative mantra, which says, leave no one and no place behind. Now, recommendation, it is imperative for SADC parliaments to not only share the resolutions at the national level, but to also practically implement them to the extent possible within each country's context, in order to give meaning to our participation at the IPU assemblies and attended committee meetings. I so submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Que cette déclaration n'appelle pas de débat, je crois.
I don't think this statement is calling for any deliberation or any debate. So I would like to thank the Honorable Jacob Francis Mudenda for this statement. Truly, we should have given precedence to the consolidation of solidarity and the interparliamentary nature of our action across the world, in accordance to one of our objectives in the strategic plan of 2019-2020. Therefore, I will ask Madam Secretary General, can she inform us on the fourth point in the agenda of today?
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment.
Avis de motion pour l'adoption du rapport du comité permanent commerce
Motion for the adoption of the report on the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. Is there any motion? Honorable Ndebele.
Thank you, Honorable President, for availing the floor. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment Standing Committee to the 49th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I move the motion in my name.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Ndebele, would there be another honorable member that would want to second this motion?
Sim, eu apoio, sou Ruth Mendes.
Yes, I do second. I am Ruth Mendes from the Parliament of Angola, and I will support the motion that will be presented by the Honorable Ndebele.
Merci, honorable. Je donne
Thank you, honorable. Will therefore yield the floor to Honorable Ndebele so that he may present the report to this August Assembly. Honorable Ndebele, the floor is yours.
Thank you for availing the floor, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment Standing Committee, guided by its mandate in terms of Rule 42D of the SADC PF Rules of Procedure, met virtually on the 11th April 2021 under the theme Enhancing Regional Economic Integration through Infrastructure Development, a case of one-stop border posts. The meeting of the TIFI Standing Committee was attended by 10 members. An apology from the Parliament of Madagascar was noted. On the theme, Enhancing Regional Economic Integration through Infrastructure Development, a case of one-stop border posts. The TIFI Standing Committee received presentations from resource persons from the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, Zambia Revenue Authority, ZRA, Zimbabwe Revenue Authority, ZIMRA, and Southern African Cross-Border Traders Association. TIFI received and considered an expert presentation from COMESA on one-stop border posts. Whereas the TIFI committee discussed the one-stop border post model in terms of its concept and its role in regional economic integration and trade facilitation, noting that Africa's competitiveness in global trade is greatly affected by the performance of the transport and logistics industry, as well as border procedures. Confirming that COMESA adopted one-stop border posts as part of its corridor strategy to address congestion at border stations along major traffic corridors to complement other transit instruments and cross-border transport facilitation programs. Cognizant that as a trade facilitation tool applied at borders, the one-stop border post concept promotes a coordinated and integrated approach to facilitating trade, the movement of people, and to improve security, highlighting that only 3 one-stop border posts are currently operational, namely Chirundu, Tunduma, and Kazungula one-stop border posts, while a few others are under construction and others are at planning stage. Fully understanding the demonstration by the COVID-19 pandemic that even if significant progress on digital transformation and the e-commerce agenda is to be achieved, goods and people still need to physically cross borders and undergo all necessary border procedures. Deeply concerned that inadequate functional border facilities, shortage of requisite operational equipment, cumbersome procedures, unconducive policy and legislative environment, weak coordination, limited and slow uptake of ICT-based systems, corruption, skills, and capacity deficiencies among parties are some of the major challenges affecting operations at the Chirundu one-stop border post. Stressing the role of national parliaments in advocating for the establishment of one-stop border posts to facilitate regional trade through passing relevant pieces of national legislation, adequate budget allocation for trade infrastructure, and particularly one-stop border posts, supporting the resolution of the 37th meeting of the COMESA Council of Ministers held in 2017, urging member states and the COMESA Secretariat to improve border management processes through one-stop border posts and e-logistics integrated border management. Stressing the recommendation by COMESA member states to fully utilize the one-stop border post sourcebook, second edition, May 2016, as a basic and useful tool for the development and implementation of the one-stop border posts with their neighbors and facilitate the conclusion of one-stop border post bilateral agreements. Mr. President, your standing committee now there resolves to: 1, strongly urge SADC governments to demonstrate strong leadership and commitment in developing infrastructure that facilitates cross-border trade, such as one-stop border posts and roads, among others, in order to enhance trade facilitation, including advancement of regional integration. I'll take that again. In facilitating, including advancement of regional economic integration. 2, encourage SADC parliamentarians to fully advocate and support relevant pieces of legislation that provide for establishment of one-stop border posts, including supporting bilateral agreements aimed at establishing one-stop border posts. 3, call on national parliaments to advocate for adequate budget allocations for establishment of one-stop border posts and other relevant and related infrastructure aimed at improving border management processes. 4, appeal to SADC parliamentarians to robustly exercise their legislative mandate in providing oversight on resources allocated towards the development of one-stop border posts and ensure that value for money is achieved. 5, reiterate the resolution of the 37th meeting of the COMESA Council of Ministers held in 2017, urging SADC governments to improve border management processes through one-stop border posts and e-logistics integrated border management. 6, encourage SADC countries to fully utilize the one-stop border post sourcebook, second edition, May 2016, as a basic and useful tool for the development and implementation of the one-stop border posts with neighboring countries and facilitate the conclusion of one-stop border post bilateral agreements as recommended by COMESA. Mr. President, your standing committee on TIFI also received and considered and expect a report from the Zambia Revenue Authority, ZRA. The presentation highlighted matters as outlined below. 1, understanding that Chirundu one-stop border post was the first fully functional one-stop border post in Africa. Secondly, noting that one of the major achievements in implementing the Chirundu one-stop border post is the streamlining of the repetitive clearance procedures into a single stop for both trade and travel. 3, cognizant that fast clearance and movements of trucks through the border leading to enhanced trade facilitation, reduced costs of doing business and time at the border, and improved information sharing among parties are some of the benefits recorded at Chirundu border post. concerned about the existing challenges at Chirundu one-stop border post affecting the flow of trade and individuals, such as misaligned and inadequate hard infrastructure, lack of ICT equipment by many border agencies, inadequate passenger sheds or inspection bays on the Zambia side, lack of interface of ZIMRA, ZRA, ASCUDA world systems, inadequate signage within the border, and low use of pre-arrival processing of goods. Acknowledging that ICT is an enabler of one-stop border posts, and as such, misaligned ICT infrastructure or its limited access affects the spirit of one-stop border posts. Noting the necessary strategies to improve operations at Chirundu one-stop border post, such as coordinated border management, fast tracking, implementation of single window environment, finalization of the ZIMRA, ZRA electronic data exchange development, use of wider communication platforms to promote pre-arrival processing, pre-registration and pre-clearance, and electronic payments, improved signage, and one-stop border post training and capacity building with support from COMESA and Japan International Cooperation Agency. Mr. President, your committee now therefore resolves: 1, direct SADC governments to ensure that matters of ICT are adequately managed by concerned parties at any given one-stop border post before commencement of operations to avoid disruptions in trade facilitation processes. 2, strongly recommend SADC governments to, as much as possible, ensure that border officials from the countries involved in a particular one-stop border post are subjected to common training and other capacity building programs in order to provide uniform and professional services to traders and travelers at one-stop border posts. 3, call on SADC member countries to ensure that all required appropriate physical infrastructure, such as inspection bays, passenger sheds, and adequate signage, among others, are prioritized and operational before commencement of operations so as to actualize the intended benefits of the one-stop border post. Mr. President, you will agree that your committee has been very busy at work. I will attempt to present a truncated version of the whole report, if it pleases you, sir. The Standing Committee on TIFI also received and considered an expert presentation from the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority. A summary of the presentation was outlined as below. 1, understanding that the border plays a vital role in Africa's north-south trade corridor, which links travel and economic activities from 8 countries, namely Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Malawi, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Secondly, aware that prior to 2009, Chirundu border post existed as 2 separate borders, on the Zimbabwe side to do exit formalities and another in Zambia to carry out entry formalities, and vice versa. 3, acknowledging that some of the major drivers of the one-stop border post are to accelerate trade facilitation, harmonize procedures to ensure efficient processes flow, expedite traffic movement through the border and minimize congestion, reduce time spent at the border and increase the effectiveness of border controls, maximize the benefits of an integrated border management system, and attain best practice standards. For recognizing that many border agents operating at the one-stop border post and the lack of common border management present non-tariff barriers, contributes to corrupt activities and other negative vices. 5, noting that the design of the Chirundu one-stop border post infrastructure was inconsistent with the desired structure of the one-stop border post, and that essentially affects procedures within the border. 6, further noting the high levels of corruption at borders, which involve a number of different actors such as customs officials, immigration officers, border guards, among others, with different levels of discretionary powers and opportunities to extract bribes. Cognizant that Chirundu one-stop border post was initially not operating 24 hours, save for the period of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, sir, your committee now therefore resolves to 1, urge SADC member countries to ensure that coordinated border management strategies are fully operational at existing one-stop border posts in order to maximize the benefits of an integrated border management system and attain best practice standards. 2, propose that one-stop border posts must offer 24-hour services to one-stop border post users to enable seamless flow of goods and services and reduce the time and cost of trade. 3, strongly call on SADC governments to seriously address vices of corruption which contribute to the cost of cross-border trade in the SADC region and ultimately reduce potential revenue loss by SADC governments. Finally, Mr. President, sir, the Standing Committee on TIFI further received and considered an expert presentation from the Secretary General of the Southern African Cross-Border Traders Association. A summary of the presentation was as outlined below. Whereas the TIFI committee discussed the concept of one-stop border posts with a focus on informal border trade, to noting that informal cross-border trade is an economic activity that engages a high percentage of women in the region. Deeply concerned that women in the SADC, COMESA, and EAC regions are at the forefront of cross-border trade, both as a source of income and employment, yet their experiences are not being adequately documented to advocate for improved trade conditions. Further concerned that while women play a key role in cross-border trade activities and poverty reduction at household level and in the region at large, they sadly face key challenges such as gender discrimination, corruption, and inconsistent border procedures. Understanding that among women constitutes a significant proportion of regional cross-border commerce in many African countries, with between 30 to 40% of total intra-SADC trade attributed to ICBT, while the average estimated value of ICBT from this region is 17.6 billion annually, highlighting that among the initiatives to reduce border crossing time was the development of one-stop border posts and the simplified trade regimes through the establishment of trade information desks at selected border areas, stressing that the import duty rates outlined in Zimbabwe's tariff handbook were quite different from Zambia's and were a source of confusion to cross-border traders. Finally, some penalties and fines and other punishable offenses that were considered as serious offenses in Zambia were not considered as serious offenses in Zimbabwe. Mr. President, your committee now therefore resolves to, one, reiterate that SADC governments must seriously address vices of corruption which contribute to the cost of cross-border trade in the SADC region and reduced revenue collection by SADC governments. Secondly, your committee, Mr. President, recommends SADC governments to develop deliberate measures to incentivize women traders in order to reduce the cost of trade for women with a view to eliminate household poverty, promote regional integration, including expansion of the market base for women traders. I beg to move, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ndebele, for this brilliant presentation of the report. I would like to therefore invite Honorable Rick Adriano Mendes to present his to second the motion. You have the floor, Honorable Mendes.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Uma nota inicial só para retificar o meu nome. Eu chamo-me Ruth.
I would like to correct. My name is Ruth Mendes and not Luis Mendes, President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, speakers of National Assemblies here present, Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, ladies and gentlemen. I requested the floor in order to express my support to the motion presented by the Honorable Anele Ndebele, Chair of the Committee on TIFI. Honorable President, I would like, in my capacity as a supporter of this motion, I would like to emphasize the need for us to reach development of infrastructure supporting trade, in particular those relating to establishment of one-stop border posts in SADC and in Africa at large, in order to support free trade area, whose agreement aims to strengthen intra-Africa trade as a result of the establishment of an integrated market for goods and services and to promote the border crossing by people and goods. Without any doubt, trade agreements do demonstrate that one-stop border posts are essentials in order to promote regional economic integration and the trade facilitation agenda. Following the considerations presented earlier, I would like to associate myself to the mover of the motion to urge SADC MPs in order to conduct a more strict oversight and approval of relevant legislation in order to speed up the implementation of these initiatives for the establishment of one-stop border posts. Honorable President, we can certainly
Tecnologias de informação e comunicação
confirm that ICTs will be great enablers for the existence of one-stop border post. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated clearly the relevance for introduction of digitalization in trade in order to facilitate trade during the pandemic and to be implemented in future. Therefore, the evident lack of ICT equipment, the lack of qualified experts in ICT, or the limited access at various border posts around the continent do inhibit trade exchange, which would have been avoided if we had more one-stop border posts. I would like to support the document presented and urge SADC member states to ensure that the ICT matters will be implemented and supported by all stakeholders so that we may have at all border posts the establishment of one-stop border posts before commencement of operations of such one border post in order to avoid any obstacles in trade. I support and submit the motion presented by the Honorable Anel Ndebele. I submit. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Now I open the floor for debate. The members that would like to contribute should raise their hands virtually on the Zoom platform. The debate is now open. Please permit me to remind you, for purposes of accuracy of the minutes of this session, that you should at all times mention your name and the name of your country when you wish to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable President. We have Honorable Pariwa. We also have, yes. And then we have Honorable Mohadi from Zimbabwe, who have raised their hands. I do not see any other hands at the moment. Those are the only two names that have indicated.
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. Alors, Il y a 3 intervenants, je pense. Combien d'intervenants? 2.
3 maintenant. Namibie.
3.
Is it
Namibia,
only
there's a
two?
delegate from Namibia who's also indicating, yes.
D'accord, j'ai bien noté.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. It is well noted. Honorable Pariwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm Paulina Mpariwa, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. As I take my maiden speech in the 49th plenary session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, let me begin by thanking the presenter of the motion by the Chief Committee of SADC, Honorable Ntebele, and his seconder. Honorable President, women constitute the bulk of the people that actually move around the globe, especially at the borders in terms of economic activities. Therefore, Honorable President, my input is that there is need for an enabling environment for women to actually perform this economic activity. At the borders, Honorable President, you'd find that most of the time there's sexual harassment of women at the borders. So through peace processes, which will provide then the enabling environment, you'd find that women need to be protected. Vulnerable groups like people with disabilities, women and children for cross-border trade activities. And I would actually implore that as SADC, we move along the track that I'm highlighting as quickly as possible, because women are economic creators. I thank you.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Honorable Mwadi, you now have the floor. And then we will have our colleague from Namibia.
Honorable President, I'm advised that Honorable Mahadi has reconsidered. We may now proceed to the Namibia delegation.
Oui, nous passons à la délégation namibienne. Oui.
Thank you. We can now listen to the Namibian delegation. You have the floor. The Namibian delegation, you have the floor.
There's no sound. Namibia delegation, is it honorable? I think the president has indicated that you may take the floor. You are muted for some, you are muted. On our end, you are muted. I'm not sure. I see your microphone is on. IT, kindly assist.
There's a technical issue.
Oh, it's a technical issue at the parliament. Are they aware?
Un problème technique. La prise de la technologie.
Beaucoup de problèmes.
La technique nous fait des caprices.
Technology is not on our side.
It's refusing. Honorable Mohan. The honorable member is delivering his his address, but we are unable to pick up the sound from this end. His microphone is on. It is very on. It's red, but we are not picking up sound. Ronald, is it really on their end?
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly consult so we resolve and guide the Honorable President. Is there anybody we can call?
I'm calling.
Kindly indulge us, Honorable President, for 1 minute as we try to resolve this technological hitch. Is there no other member to give us relief?
Il y a des pirates de l'air qui bloquent la voie en Namibie. Il y a des...
Namibia is indicating that the system is intact.
We certainly hope that this is not a piracy, any piracy activity taking place around the SADC region, right?
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I believe we should be told if we're under siege. Ronald, I got a message from Namibia. They're indicating that the system is intact. What do you suggest as an alternative?
Still no sound.
Still no sound.
I'm speaking to the technical guy on the phone.
Okay. In the interim, maybe, Honorable President, if you allow me, we had not adopted the report from the IPU. At some point, we may need to do so while they fix the technology problem.
D'accord, oui, d'accord. Nous pouvons adopter ça.
I agree. We could adopt the report on the IPU statement. So, should we adopt it? Is there any objection to the statement and the report that has been made earlier regarding the IPU? Are there any remarks as well? make a motion of adoption, second that motion of adoption? Madam Secretary General, there aren't any reaction to this effect.
I do not see any hands, Honorable President. I believe silence means consent, or we may kindly request honorable members to indicate adoption. Yes. Could we have volunteers from member parliaments to move for adoption and second?
Madam Secretary General, we've just picked up
There's a
chat
hand
in
from Honorable
Portuguese.
Speaker, Mozambique.
Vous avez la parole, collègue.
Muito obrigada, distinto colega.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Mozambique supports the adoption of the report.
Any seconder?
Is there any seconder that would want?
We have
second
South
the
Africa.
motion? I can see DRC.
South
as
Africa.
well.
Oh, okay.
OK, Afrique du Sud, vous avez la parole.
South Africa, I saw your hand. The floor is yours.
Speaker.
South Africa seconds the motion to adopt the report by Mozambique.
Merci. Après.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Therefore, the 49th plenary duly adopts this report on the IPU. Thank you very much.
Sorry, hi. What do we do now?
Nous revenons maintenant.
We are coming back to the motion that was suspended, and we are waiting.
Ronald, could you kindly
I
give us a
remember
final?
Namibia was having the floor, and has there been any resolution to that effect?
IT?
Is there still a technical issue hampering our progress?
There's no sound, no sound.
It's still the same issue.
It's not sabotage, isn't it?
No, no issue.
So it's a natural glitch. Honorable President,
Oui.
Yes,
I'm
Secretary General.
looking, they're frantically trying to resolve the issue. I'm not sure if we can give them an opportunity later, or I do not see any other hands. That is my dilemma. Yeah, it appears that was the last intervention for this report, and we are failing to get sound.
On peut encore patienter 5 minutes alors.
We could be patient, maybe 5 minutes. Would it bother anyone?
Merci, honorable. Merci beaucoup, honorable.
No?
Yes. Are they coming through?
We are trying, SJ.
Can they try a different device?
Okay. This doesn't have on.
Telephone.
MSG, am I audible now?
Thank you very much, IT, for that. Honorable President, Namibia is back. Honorable Marukwa was on the floor.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Madam SG.
Félicitations,
Really.
les pirates de l'air.
It would seem that we have defeated any attempt of piracy.
Apologies. Can you kindly switch on the other device volume? Because we are receiving feedback.
Just do that again. Sure. Yes. Thank you very much, Madam SG. Mr. President, I must apologize for that small technological glitch. We can hear you perfectly this side. I think the problem is outside in that you are not getting the sound from us. Nonetheless, the small contribution from our side as Namibia was as follows. It is that perhaps it is also time that we, as African or SADC legislative bodies, start encouraging trade amongst our own people. That we start putting in place measures and facilities that encourage trade between our own people, and through that foster a culture in terms of we don't necessarily need to depend on Western countries to invest in terms of ideas and actual finances in our own countries. One perfect example of how we can do this is through creating these fully fledged development routes. It is pretty easy to create this interdependence amongst our own nations along development routes. If, for one example, is the development route that exists between Namibia, Zambia, and the DRC. We have not, especially as these three nations, optimized this route in terms of mapping the resources that we have along the route, the capacity of the people that we have along the route, and therefore our people are not really encouraged. That culture is not there for Namibians to invest along this route in Zambia, for the Zambians to invest in the DRC along this route, and therefore create that interdependence between our people. And this coronavirus, I think, exposes the lack of such culture in the entire SADC region. We have countries with real good facilities in terms of conducting research on this pandemic or the virus that has befallen the world right now. But we have not created that interdependence or that sort of
holding each other's hands as countries. For example, in terms of various countries can invest in a research institution, say in South Africa or Botswana, pull the resources together, do research on the respective variants in the world, and therefore be able to come up with a vaccine that is responsive to the peculiarity of the virus in our region. So in a nutshell, what one wants to say is that we need to foster that culture in terms of our people are investing in our own countries before we look to the outside world to relieve us or to invest in our countries. Thank you, Mr. President.
There are no other names, Honorable President.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. I would like to really congratulate the Honorable for his intervention and his suggestion to establish roads, development roads, through all the countries that he has mentioned and through the region. Those roads are really needed. They will show and demonstrate unity and trade between our own region and our respective countries. We don't have roads that are linking each and every countries of the SADC region. Everything that we are doing would just be merely words. We would not move towards this African free trade area. Products, people, services have to move flawlessly through the region. And this idea, this suggestion is a brilliant suggestion. However, I would like to put at this moment to your appreciation the adoption of the report of the trade industry. Would there be any objections to the report that was, to the adoption of the report that was given to us?
Y a-t-il d'objections, chers collègues, pour l'adoption de ces rapports?
Would there be any objection to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment? Madam Secretary General, do you see any hand that would stand against the adoption of the report?
There are no objections, Honorable President.
Il n'y a pas d'objection. Les rapports.
There are no objections.
However, Honorable President, Honorable Ndebele's hand is up to respond, I guess, to the contributions.
Certainly, Madam Secretary General.
Ah oui.
It's not an objection.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank honorable members individually and severally for their key interventions, which our committee will adopt and take on board. Mr. President, let me quickly indicate that I agree unreservedly with sentiments from my honorable sister Mupariwa that our governments in the SADC region need to double up efforts to guarantee that women who constitute the bulk of cross-border traders are protected from sexual harassment. Mr. President, sexual harassment is a vice that must be fought tooth and nail. Our report is fully aware that women are on record as falling prey to unscrupulous transporters, irresponsible citizens of the SADC region, and sadly, at times, demands for transactional sex have been linked to security agents who are supposed to protect the women in the first place. And we note that transactional sex is a key driver of HIV, and we strongly urge our governments to strengthen security measures around protecting female cross-border traders. Mr. President, I couldn't agree more with my brother, the honorable member from Namibia, that we need to encourage trade amongst ourselves. If I may take honorable members back to yesterday, it was indicated that trade amongst ourselves is as low as 18%. I agree that we must take pride in trading amongst ourselves at the first level instead of relying on trading with the West. In fact, yesterday it was stated that low trade amongst ourselves ranks amongst the top barriers in terms of the full establishment of the AFCTA. I wish to thank you, Mr. President, and I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment Standing Committee to the 49th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, Honorable. Who seconds the motion of adoption?
Honorable Ndebele, you may wish to drop your hand. Honorable President, the seconding was already done. I believe there was no objection on the adoption of the report. There are no hands raised to object.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you, Madam Secretary General. The report is therefore fully and duly adopted. Thank you very much. Honorable speakers, honorable MPs, distinguished guests, after the adoption of this report, we have reached the 5th point of order of this agenda. Yes, the fifth. The 5th point. Therefore, I invite the Secretary General to read the 5th point order of the day.
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice of motion of the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Governance.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thanks a lot, Madam Secretary General. Therefore, I invite Honorable André Léon Tumba to present the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Thank you, Honorable President. Mr. President, according to Rule 42C from the SADC PF Rules of Procedure, met virtually on Monday, 12th April 2021. Credentials of committee members present. 11 of the 15 representatives of the SADC PF member parliaments were present as follows: André Léon Tumba, Chairperson, DRC; Honorable Leketo Mosito, proxy for Honorable Mahapaleng Malefane from Lesotho; Honorable Helena Bongula Abel from Angola; Honorable Lova Erizo Rajaubelina from Madagascar; Honorable Chitereke Baldwin Matibe, South Africa; Honorable Paulson Majaga from Botswana; Honorable Princess Pumelele Dlamini from Eswatini; Honorable Tambudzani Mohadi from Zimbabwe; Honorable Samuel Kawala from Malawi; Honorable Carlos Manuel from Mozambique; and Honorable Marie-Geneviève Stéphanie Anquetil from Mauritius. Apologies from the parliaments of Namibia, Tanzania, Seychelles, and Zambia were duly noted. Sound. There seems to be no sound. I requested the Honorable André Léon Tumba to present the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. And I move the motion of adoption by name.
Date de notification de l'avis, 26 juin 2021.
There is no sound, no sound. The seconder.
I am Leketo Mosito from Lesotho. I second the motion. Did you have a sound now?
Yes, we do have the sound now. Thank you. Honorable Tun,
Honorable Tumba.
is there's no sound still? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Avis de motion.
Motion of adoption, 26th June 2021. So today, on the 26th of June 2021, I would request that the 49th Plenary Assembly adopt the report on food, agriculture, and natural resources from the Standing Committee. I so move.
Alors, je demande il y a un collègue qui appuie la motion.
Is there a colleague that would like to second the motion?
Y a-t-il un collègue qui appuie la motion?
Is there an honorable that would second the motion of adoption?
I am Lakato Musito from Lesotho. I second the motion.
Merci.
Thank you, honorable. Therefore, I will give the floor to Honorable André Léon Tumba, and he will present the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Honorable Tumba, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. President. I will go straight to the welcome remarks because I had started a little bit before. So number 3, the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources met under the theme, harnessing domestic tourism in times of pandemic. A case of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of parliaments. The chairperson designated Honorable Mosito welcomed all honorable members to the meeting. He also welcomed Ms. Oemo Sechoma, Secretary General of the SADC PF.
Il informe les membres que la commission se réunit pour se pencher sur le thème choisi.
He informed members that the committee was meeting to deliberate on the theme. Honorable Musito noted that it had been over 1 year since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the world had continued to grapple with many socio-economic challenges as a result of the pandemic. He stated that the restrictions that had been required because of the pandemic had negatively affected the global economy, notably the global tourism sector, which has severely been affected by the pandemic.
Selon l'Organisation mondiale du tourisme, OMT, des Nations Unies, les restrictions sur les voyages, les quarantaines et la mise à l'arrêt des moyens de transport ont débouché sur une baisse d'environ 22% des arrivées de touristes internationaux pendant le premier trimestre de 2020.
He informed members that according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, travel restrictions, quarantines, and closures of transportations had led to about 22% decline of international tourist arrivals in the first quarter of 2020 compared with 2019, and to possibly 60 to 80% for the remainder of 2020. Further, based on the World Travel and Tourism Council statistics, the COVID-19 pandemic could result in loss of about 50 million jobs worldwide in travel and tourism industry. Honorable Mosito informed the members that the contribution of the tourism sector was critical to the global economy. Tourism accounted for close to 10% of the global gross domestic product. Further, tourism contributed immensely to the economies of most SADC countries. Honorable Mosito noted that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on tourism in the region had been exacerbated by the fact that Africa's tourism source markets such as China, the United States of America, and Europe were hit the most during the first wave of the pandemic. Informed members that according to the experts in the tourism sector, international tourism was only likely to fully recover after a vaccine was deployed to all. As a result, member states were faced with a challenge to sustain tourism operations and preserve jobs until the crisis was over. Honorable Mosito emphasized that until the vaccine was fully rolled out, the region's hope rests on domestic tourism. Honorable members were reminded that with the commitment and dedication of member states, tourism in the region could be redeemed to even better pre-pandemic levels. However, this was dependent on member states' willingness to adopt sustainable tourism models and investing in new technologies to accelerate recovery. Honorable Mosito called upon members to support measures that were aimed at mitigating the impact of the crisis. Lastly, Honorable Mosito urged honorable members to fully participate in the deliberations, presentations and deliberations on harnessing domestic tourism in times of pandemics, a case of the COVID-19 pandemic, the role of parliaments. The FANR Standing Committee received detailed presentations on theme from two experts from the SADC Secretariat, namely Mr. Domingos Gov, Director of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, and Mr. Moreri Mabote, Senior Program Officer of Tourism. The presentations highlighted critical region policy developments within the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which had paralyzed the tourism sector. It was noted, for instance, that the SADC protocol on tourism was being reviewed to align it to new developments in the sector, including the impact of the COVID-19 on tourism, and would also include some aspects regarding the winding up of a regional tourism organization of Southern Africa, RETOSA. It was also indicated that the SADC tourism program for the period 2020 to 2030 had been approved by the Council of Ministers responsible for environment, natural resources in October 2019 in Arusha, Tanzania. Furthermore, a strategic framework had been formulated to guide the SADC tourism program. This includes the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, RISDP 2020-2030. The SADC Transfrontier Conservation Areas, TFCA program, will be included in the strategy upon the completion of its review. The committee was informed that following adoption of the SADC tourism program, the SADC Secretariat was tasked to prepare a costed action plan with reflections on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on tourism in the region, including recommended recovery measures for both global and regional scenarios. The CAP would be accompanied by a resource mobilization strategy to support implementation of the SADC tourism program. The committee took note of the two-pronged approach to the development of the COVID-19 focused tourism CAP, namely the conducting of an assessment of the current tourism context and development scenarios in the view of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the adjusting of priorities and focus on the proposals contained in the SADC tourism program. The presentation also reiterated the need to implement consistent standard operating protocols across the region and establish regional travel corridors with a focus on TFCAs in order to fast-track rectory of the tourism sector in the region. Equal emphasis was placed on the fact that the recovery of the region's tourism sector was also dependent on simplifying visa and immigration procedures. Serious concerns were also expressed on the devastating impact of COVID-19 on tourism. According to the NUWTO, for instance, the world lost 850 million to 1.1 billion from international tourists and 910 billion US dollars to 1.2 trillion in export revenues from tourism. Furthermore, about 100 to 120 direct tourism jobs were at risk as a result of the pandemic. Turning to the SADC region, it was highlighted that the region had lost an estimated 2 to 4.5 million from tourism-related jobs and 17.5 US dollars to 40 billion US dollars in gross domestic product. Regarding international approaches to recovery by the tourism sector, the UNWTO recommended a strategy that involves technical assistance packages premised on economic recovery, marketing and promotion, and strengthening institutions and business reliance. Similarly, the World Bank advocates for practical policy and program recommendations in 3 phases, namely immediate response, during crisis and early recovery, short-term recovery when crisis subsides, and medium-term recovery, building resilience. In conclusion, it was emphasized that possible implications for SADC opening approach would include the following. Primo, stage 1, trial phase, opening up and adopting protocols and safety measures. Stage 2, early and advanced opening stages, starting with domestic and regional markets and expanding to key source markets, and then onto emerging markets. Stage 3, final opening and commerce implementation of the SADC tourism programs fully. Recommendations to the plenary assembly. 1. Encourages SADC members to support the implementation of the SADC Unified Visa to facilitate movement of tourists across the region. 2. Calls on SADC parliaments and parliamentarians to advocate for COVID relief funds and increased budgetary allocation to the tourism sector in order to accelerate the recovery of the sector. Number 3. Urges SADC member states to streamline visa and immigration procedures to ensure smooth movement of tourists. 4. Implores SADC member states to develop and implement domestic and regional tourism marketing strategies. Number 5. Urges SADC member states to adopt consistent standard operating protocols and safety measures in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 6. Encourages member states to fast-track COVID-19 vaccinations in order to gain back travel confidence of tourists. 7. Urges member states to support and harness domestic tourism. Number 8. Encourages member states to support full implementation of the SADC tourism program. Honorable President, Honorable Andre Leon Tumba, myself, and Madam Sharon Nyorongo, Secretary of the committee. I so submit. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking Honorable Leon Tumba for this brilliant presentation of this critical report on agriculture, food, and natural resources. I would like to allow Honorable Mikoto Musito, who seconds the motion, to express himself. Honorable Musito, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the motion on the report of the Standing Committee of the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources that has been able moved by Chairperson Honorable Andre Leon Tumba. Mr. President, in agreeing with the mover of the motion, let me state without doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating effect on the global tourism sector. Notably, Southern Africa has been severely affected by the pandemic, mostly due to the fact that tourism contributes immensely to the economies of most SADC countries. Mr. President, I also wish to reiterate the need for SADC members states to implement consistent standard operating protocols across the region and establish regional travel corridors in order to fast-track recovery of the tourism sector in the region. I further support the proposal put forward by the mover to simplify visa and immigration procedures in order to accelerate the recovery and restore the region's tourism sector. Similarly, SADC member states need to support the implementation of the SADC Unified Visa to facilitate the ease of movement of tourists across the region. Mr. President, given the high infection rates in Southern Africa, it is now becoming more and more apparent that SADC member states need to fast-track COVID-19 vaccinations in order to save lives and gain back travel confidence of tourists. In further agreeing with the mover of the motion, all the above proposals require great effort and resources in order to bring them to fruition. This calls for SADC parliaments and parliamentarians to lobby their member states for increased budgetary allocation and COVID relief funds towards the tourism sector to speed up recovery of the sector. Lastly, Mr. President, since the COVID-19 pandemic is still with us, member states have no choice but to support and harness domestic tourism. Member countries are further encouraged to support full implementation of the revised SADC tourism program for the period 2020 to 2030. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
The interpreter notes the silence of the speaker. Thank you very much to you, Honorable Mosito. At this juncture, we would like to open the floor to debates and contributions. As you know, members wishing to take the floor should raise their hands virtually. Honorable members, may I remind you once more that for reasons of proper record keeping, we would like to urge you to communicate your name and the name of your country when you take the floor. Who would like to take the floor, honorable members?
Honorable President, we have Honorable Mahadi from Zimbabwe. Okay.
Honorable Moadi, vous avez la parole. Moadi.
Honorable Muhadi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My contribution and question, honorable members, concerns the SADC Regional Indicative Strategy Development Plan, RISTB 2020 to 2030. You may realize that many countries in our region have a big chunk of their revenue coming from tourism. It is in this regard that I urge all players in this sector to speedily implement all protocols that will result in the rapid opening of the sector, in brackets, tourism. We should vaccinate our people and establish safe protocols of associating with each other. Mr. President, with these few words, I thank you.
Merci, chers collègues. Les collègues de l'Angola, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Honorable. The Honorable from Angola, you now have the floor.
Abel, parlamentar angolana.
I am Helena Abel, MP from Angola. The report was exhaustive in the area of tourism, and I would like to focus on issues relating to agriculture. The Malabo Declaration makes reference to development and agricultural development for prosperity in order to improve the living conditions of the population. The strategy for food security and nutrition, as well as other strategies mentioned in our report, makes it very clear that the clear roadmap to recover from COVID-19 goes through policies to promote agriculture. Therefore, I would like to present a few suggestions. SADC member states should put an end to old inefficient practices in agriculture that will not allow us to produce at large scale. We need to find ways to channel our products and create policies for tax exemption for agricultural inputs at the level of SADC member states, as well as to reduce bureaucracy and to provide capacity building for staff working already in the area of agriculture. I also would like to add, it is difficult, if not impossible, for the economy to recover if we allow that millions of women and children die due to starvation, due to at least one meal per day. We should focus on agriculture and invest on agriculture most severely. Thank you very much. I submit.
Merci, chers collègues. Les collègues de la Namibie, vous avez la parole, collègue.
Namibia may take the floor. There's no interpretation.
Namibia, you now have the floor.
Il n'y a pas.
Il a dit qu'il n'y a pas de traducteur, je sais pas.
Namibia, no sound. We still have no sound from Namibia.
Le rapport, c'est combien de pages?
6 pages.
6 pages.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Philippus Vito Catamelo from Namibia.
Have we lost Namibia, IT?
They're trying to connect me.
Okay. We also have hands raised, Honorable President, from 2 from Botswana Parliament. We also have a hand from Honorable Anilen Debele and Honorable Mpariwa from Zimbabwe. Angola, I'm not sure if they're coming back again or they would kindly like to drop their hand while we wait for the Namibia delegation. If that is a new hand, then we have a hand from Angola.
Thank you.
Voilà, pour la deuxième fois, les pirates de l'air.
Seems that we are still falling prey to piracy around here. SADC should make it such a mission that we will not fall prey to such attempt to our sovereignty around here. Please.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, issues of data sovereignty are important. IT, kindly confirm security check. We have they are trying to connect, Honorable President, the logging into another device.
One man, what's this up? Yellow.
We can
Je vais
hear
envoyer
you.
des missiles air-sol là-bas. Hein? Envoyer des missiles air-sol de la SADC en Namibie.
Yes, in Namibia.
Oui, Honorable President.
Comprends que je suis en train de blaguer.
What's it? Huh?
Ils sont libérés maintenant.
It looks like they have come on the other side successfully, right?
Hello.
Honorable, kindly proceed.
Alors, c'est le tour de l'Angola en attendant que la Namibie soit libérée.
While we await that Namibia fix all the little technical issue, we will yield the floor to Angola. Can we do that?
Angola has dropped their hand. We have hands from
Angola by show now. Angola has already taken the floor, they say.
Okay. We have a hand from Botswana.
Alors, on va au Botswana en attendant.
Zimbabwe, two from Zimbabwe.
All right, there. Should we go to Botswana? I see the hand of the Honorable Anele Ndembele as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Honorable Paulson Majaha from Botswana. Mr. President, I stand to support the motion. Mr. President, the sector of agriculture and tourism was much affected by the COVID-19 scourge. And therefore, as the Member of Parliament in the region, we must make some proper measures to resuscitate these sectors, because we know mainly provision of employment is attached to the tourism and the agricultural sector, especially in our region. So we must open up our tourism sector and remove all the barriers which were associated with the businesses of tourism, especially in the borders, whereby you find that other countries have their own way of doing it. So at this juncture, we must have something which will be of a common, so that we promote the tourism trade to try and resuscitate it. Mr. President, there's one way of doing things, especially in the African continent, in the agricultural sector. I think we ought to urge our Africa as a whole, through World Bank as well, to make sure that we have proper funding, to make sure that maybe in some years to come, we won't have the problem of food shortages due to what happened due to this COVID-19 scourge. Because I'm afraid, looking at the situations now, that we might maybe in some years to come and have a problem of starvations in Africa. So we ought to do something proper. By so saying, Mr. President, I wholeheartedly support this motion, and it came at a very good and challenging time.
We have a hand from Zimbabwe, Honorable President, and another hand from Honorable Pariwa, and Namibia still lined up. I don't know if they're ready from Namibia after Botswana. I don't know, Botswana has two hands.
Alors, il y a un collègue de Botswana qui vient d'intervenir. Alors, il y a
There is an honorable from Botswana that has spoken, and there is another hand for Botswana, I believe. So if they could take the floor while we await for the Namibia delegations to be all settled on their front.
President, we, as Botswana, we finished. We had only one hand. Sorry for that, Mr. President. The Namibians can take the floor.
Once again, good afternoon, Honorable.
All right. Namibia delegations, if you are now free to do so, take the floor.
Members and fellow Africans in SADC family. I want to reiterate, I am Philippus Vito Katamelo from Namibia. One of the challenges and shortcomings, and it's that the previous speakers echoed on the sentiment that says agricultural reproduction is the severity of sustaining livelihoods moving forward. In the Queen's language, they will say, develop agriculture to feed the nation. So our agricultural investigation calls for competitive advantage and creating of those conducive environments that can foster trade between interstates. The good thing that I like as a first comer to SADC PF is that at least there is a family of cohesion from which we can regenerate our ideas, our challenges, and our shortcomings, and how to harness the competitive advantage to bridge and better agricultural production on any spheres, be it agriculture, be it challenges. However, there is one thing that I iterate since yesterday, as alluded by Advocate Mudenda, is that the inter-African trade between states, most especially between SADC states, has to increase for us to be of meaningful assistance to each other. We have created a lot, and we talk now about tourism, but the big question I have was to say, what kind of tourism are we talking about? How do we foster the tourism between African states, between SADC states? Truth to be told, maybe I'm too young, but I can't recall people from Namibia visiting Lesotho. I can't recall people from Lesotho visiting Botswana in meaningful numbers. You get here and there a number, but the tourism sector, we need to negate that in order to be also sustainable in terms of the tourism sector that we breed. We have read one of the recommendations was to say, reporter. One of the recommendations was saying that we need to get the consignment of there is also a further need to diversify the drive for markets so that we don't depend on sole markets like countries like Namibia. Now, when we read the recommendations to the plenary, it says, the first one, it encouraged SADC member states to support the implementation of SADC unified visa to facilitate movement of tourists across the region, which is a very good intention, but if there is no due date, what is the due date for this action to take place? If there are no due dates, then we are continuously going to repeat and come up with very good recommendations, but they say if it's not measurable, if it's not attainable, then it's not going to be quantifiable. So we need, whatever recommendation we come up with, we need to have some kind of due dates and action plans for us to achieve that meaningful recommendations for the benefit of SADC and all its people. It says, we urge member states to support and harness domestic tourism. But how are we going to achieve this? How are we going to achieve the uniformity in terms of the access to the region, in terms of having the same kind of product? It's one thing to introduce something, it's another to maintain the standard. It's another to breed and to grow that cohesion. So I think, echoing the same sentiments that, as I say, agriculture is the food sustainable production. The more the people are on planet Earth, the more the people are on SADC, they must eat. So with that, I support agricultural production and have those shortcomings. And lastly, also thank the host country, Botswana, kire batho ba ko gae ke molemo ke boitumelo ke a leboga pula.
Honorable President, we have Honorable Anile Ndebele and Honorable Mapariwa who are waiting to take the floor. Mapariwa.
Ils prennent la parole à tour de rôle.
They may take the floor. They may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to limit my debate to the tourism sector. let me note that my brother from Namibia almost took all words out of my mouth. But the advent of COVID-19, Mr. President, has shown us that in most of our African countries, particularly in the SADC, I beg your pardon, there is feedback here. Don't know what it is. But sorry about that, Mr. President. COVID-19 has shown that most of our countries receive minimal support from government treasuries to develop or sustain tourism infrastructure, especially in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I believe in support of the committee's report, it is our role as members of parliament to urge our governments and treasuries to support tourism infrastructure in order to survive the vagaries of COVID-19. In as much as we are not trading enough amongst ourselves, Mr. President, we are just not touring each other's countries enough. I believe this owes, Mr. President, mainly to the brand image of Africa. We have not told our story enough to fight the brand image of poverty, the image of hunger, the image of war, the image of strife, epidemic diseases, and such other negative perceptions. Apart from this, Mr. President, a good section of our tourism sector has priced itself out of the market. Sometimes when you sit with family to consider tourism destinations, you find that destinations within the region are more expensive than some destinations in the West. We need more and more concessionary packages for citizens of the SADC. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, it boggles the mind why, as mentioned by Honorable Speaker Advocate Mudenda yesterday, why when I'm within the region, I should first of all fly to Europe and then reconnect to another African state. That on its own is a handicap to domestic tourism. One last point, Mr. President, say, if you may indulge me. It is also important to diversify. Most of our African tourism destinations have mono offerings. For instance, you find they offer diversified wildlife tours, but that at the end of the day is just wildlife. What could be the solution to this? Regional tourism corridors, as stated in the report, could be the answer to diversification. I so submit, Mr. President, sir.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, Honorable. I see another hand that is still raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm Paulina Mpariwa from Zimbabwe. Let me begin by thanking the presenter of the report, and which I really humbly associate with. But I simply wanted to add that, Honorable President, the COVID-19 pandemic is unlikely to end anytime soon, as expected. Although most countries, Honorable President, have taken the priority in terms of essential services for vaccinations, you would find that we are talking about agriculture, we are talking about industry, we are talking about the natural resources, where you have people who work in the national parks, on the farms, in the manufacturing sector, and these are supposed to be taking care of those that are actually supposed to give us revenue, hotels, for example. But if they are not vaccinated, if they are not given the priority of actually accessing better working conditions, vaccinations, PPEs, just as an essential service, then we are doomed as a region. We need to prioritize the workers as essential services because they are supposed to be looking after those that we also call essential service. And it is my humble submission, Honorable President, that we need as a region to urge our government to give priority in the various sectors that are also mentioned in this particular report. Otherwise, I want to congratulate the chair who has presented the report and the second, and I associate myself with the recommendations and resolutions. Thank you, Honorable President.
There are no other hands, Honorable President.
Merci, chers collègues. Voilà.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Before giving the floor to Honorable Leon Tumba for him to address the concerns of each and every one, I wanted to bounce back on one of the terms that was used. Someone said the report was I would like, let me say, I would like that report may be as condensed as possible, as accurate as possible, because the report on trade, investment, and finances was a 10-page report that were totally justified. Just as the report on food, agriculture, and natural resources. This report is a report that contains a lot of areas, and such report can only be lengthy, but to say that the report is too long or too lengthy, I wouldn't go as far as that. It's true. The report is long. It touches a lot of subjects, a lot of topics, a lot of sectors, a lot of areas that are relevant to the lives of our citizens. So I just wanted to bring this to the floor, but I will give the floor to the Honorable Leon Tumba for his opportunity to answer to our August Assembly's concern. Thank you, Honorable President, for allowing me to respond to the concerns. True, I would like first to mention what you just said. Truly, the report might seem massive, but the current situation required for us to consider many areas. And this is a problem, this is an issue that is a global issue. At SADC level, we wanted to see what can we do to find solutions in the tourism sector to the issues at hand. And I wanted also to say, usually Africa was over-reliant on food and agriculture products coming from Asia, India, China. And because of this pandemic, everything that we were expecting didn't come. And if at SADC level we can go beyond this challenge presented to us by the pandemic, I believe that we will no longer be over-reliant. So SADC is taking into account the situation of the pandemic, and the report is suggesting solutions. There is a suggestion that was made. We need to have basic methodologies as SADC countries. We need to have techniques, methodologies that will allow us to counter all the challenges, to overcome all the challenges that the agriculture and food sector may encounter. There's a colleague that mentioned production systems. We are no longer talking about obsolete systems, but we rather talk about future production systems. What we wish is that speakers and presidents at SADC level could help us to devise solutions at SADC level that could help us to contain the epidemic situation, to have a unified visa regime in Africa and at regional level that would help us greatly. These are just like a few elements of response that I could give to our colleagues of this August Assembly. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. And therefore, I will now put to your appreciation this report for motion of adoption.
L'adoption. Y a-t-il d'objection?
Is there any objection to the adoption of this report from the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources?
Non, pas du tout.
Il n'y a pas d'objection?
There are no objections. There is no objection. And since there is no objection, the report of the Standing Committee on the Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources is duly adopted by this plenary assembly. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to the sixth point of the agenda. I will therefore invite the Secretary General to read the sixth point on the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable President. Motion for the adoption of the report of the joint session of the standing committees on food, agriculture, natural resources, human and social development and special programs, and gender equality, women's advancements, and youth development.
Honorable Président, chers collègues, honorables parlementaires, distingués invités. L'avis de motion pour l'adoption du rapport de la session conjointe des comités permanents de l'alimentation, de l'agriculture, des ressources naturelles, développement humain et social et des programmes spéciaux et de la promotion des femmes et du développement de la Donc, je demande à l'honorable Rossi Pistoquette, honorable Biscotek.
Honorable Rossi Biscotek, will you please take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. I should say good evening to all the honorables because it's getting very dark in Seychelles. And I'm going to present the report on the 44th Plenary Assembly on the joint session on the Standing Committee on the SADC Parliamentary Forum on the urgency of continued investment in child marriage in the COVID-19 context and the role of parliamentarians in advancing access to COVID-19 vaccines and diagnosis. Mr. President, I will proceed with the report and I will try my level best to be short because I know that it will take all the time. Mr. President, the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Projects guided by the mandate in terms of Rule 42D of the SADC PF Rules of Procedures, held virtual meetings on Friday, 16th April 2021, and on Monday, 31st of May 2021, respectively. And there were 50 members that were present. The Standing Committee of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs held 2 virtual meetings. Both both meetings, the attendances of the members reached the required forum. So for introduction, the SADC PF Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Projects held a meeting on Friday, the 16th of April, 2021, and another on Monday, 31st of May, 2021. This report, therefore, covers the deliberations and resolutions of both meetings. Honorable Berta Ndebele, the chairperson of the committee, officially opened the meetings and welcomed the regional and national responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. She, however, stressed that this should not negate the fight against HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, TB, malaria, and other communicable diseases, the advocacy against gender-based violence, GBV, was also encouraged to continue. With reference to the annual report of the second year of the implementation of the Phase 2 and of Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights, HIV and AIDS and Governance Report 2020-21, the achieved objectives of the project in spite of challenges of COVID-19. Furthermore, she uploaded the decision of the SADC PF's Regional Parliament Model Laws Oversight Committee of the Forum to monitor the domestication of the SADC model laws by obtaining imperial data. In this regard, the committee had to consider approve the scorecards which would be used to obtain information regarding the domestication of the SADC PF model law and child marriage. So now, Mr. President, I would like to just give you an overview of what the latest discussion was about in regards to child marriage. As has become the norm, drawn from the international best practice, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, in conjunction with the partners, hosted a joint session of standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on Thursday, the 15th of April, 2021, under the following themes: the urgency of continued investment in child marriage in the COVID-19 context, and the role of parliamentarians in advancing access to COVID-19 vaccines, medicines, and diagnosis. Given the global prevalence of COVID-19 pandemic, it was only befitting that focus on the joint session beyond the COVID-19 pandemics and attendant issues. The objectives of the session was mainly expected outcomes of the joint sessions were as follows: to explore the raise awareness to the members of the forum on the impact of COVID-19 on the efforts to end child marriages in the region, raising awareness and strengthening the knowledge of the members of the forum through showcasing the Wait to Wed video series, and above all, the model law on child marriage with the aim of deepening their understanding of the model law, to provide an opportunity to members of the forum to interact and share with their counterparts in the implementation of child marriage related laws in their respective countries, to share with members of the forum the progress that has been made by some of the SADC member states in efforts to review, revise, and install progressive intellectual property, patent laws, and national policies, and of course, to provide an opportunity to members of the forum to interact and share with their counterparts on the role they are currently playing and can play to improve access to COVID-19 therapeutics in their respective countries. And during the session, there were various presentations made by various partners, namely UNFPAs, other bodies within the sexual reproductive health and rights. So after the session, observations and recommendations by the joint sessions, they were as follows. Following these incentive presentations, the joint sessions of standing committees of the forum, 1, deeply concerned with a shocking increase in cases of early and unintended pregnancies and child marriages during the subsistence of COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Secondly, the joint session further concerned that COVID-19 will disrupt efforts to end child marriage, potentially resulting in an additional 13 million child marriages taking place globally between 2020 and 2030. Thirdly, the joint session acknowledged the concerted efforts made by the SADC PF and its partners to heighten the fight against child marriage and early unintended pregnancies through the model law, the Wait to Wed video series, and other worthy interventions. Fourthly, the sessions recognized the urgent need for the parliamentarians to augment the forum's effort by leveraging on their legislative role to push for the domestication and enforcement.
On a point of order. On a point of order. On a point of order, Mr. President.
C'est fini? SADC?
Secretary General, perhaps you can assist. The sixth order doesn't speak to what is being presented by the honorable member who is holding the floor now.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, there is need to communicate with the Honorable Member. There is that realization. If we are permitted through the Honorable President, we may wish to be given at least a minute or two to confirm where the gap could be.
Because in terms of our records in the Hansard, what you read as the sixth order of the day doesn't speak to what is being presented now. Perhaps you may need to confer with the president, the chair, and also the honorable member that is holding the floor now, so that we are together in terms of the delivery of the honorable member from Seychelles and what you read as the sixth order of the day.
Honorable President, if you allow, may I kindly consult with the honorable member?
Alors, le sixième point de l'ordre du jour.
The sixth point. That is where we are. That the SG presented to us.
Madame la secrétaire générale, qu'est-ce que vous avez au sixième point de l'ordre du jour?
Madam SG, what is on the sixth point of the program?
Hold on, yeah. What the sixth order is a joint session report of 3 committees, being the Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources, the Human and Social Development and Special Programs, and the Democracy Committee. Honorable President, if you may allow, may I kindly consult with the Honorable Rosie Bistock and come back to you.
I'm the one speaking.
Yes, just hold on because I'm on the floor.
Okay.
Okay.
So that is why I sent you a chat.
Alors, il doit y avoir un problème dans la transmission des documents.
Well, there could be a problem as far as the circulation of documents is concerned. We need to address this issue so that we can tackle the sixth point on our order paper. Let us agree on this sixth point.
Il faut qu'il se concerte là-bas. On a doublé, on a repris ce point-là 2 fois. Il était au 5e point, n'est-ce pas? Le 5e point. Le 5e point qu'a présenté l'honorable Touba. Ça, hein? Le 5e point qu'a présenté l'honorable Touba, et ce 5e point revient au 6e. Okay. Une partie revient au 6e. C'est une erreur.
La SADC dit que M. avait dit qu'il va reprendre
Hein?
Il va les répondre. Ils ont déjà remonté. Est-ce que c'est je crois que ça peut-être. Dans l'aide noire, c'est la change anything. On ne change rien. On maintient ce qui est.
Celui-là qui est ici, il vient ici. On ne change rien. Il vient ici. Voilà.
Disons, je demande si la secrétaire générale peut faire un mise au point.
Madame la secrétaire générale, faites-nous une mise au point.
Madam SG, please update us on the situation.
Honorable President, there's been a miscommunication in the process. We duly apologize. If we may kindly suspend the report on the floor for now, that would be helpful, because the honorable member does not have the report in the order paper as tabled. The report that the honorable member has is a different report on the human and social development and special programs. We apologize for that, Honorable President. We apologize for that, Honorable President. Maybe the report, the order may be deferred to tomorrow so that we may be able to address the issue.
Honorable President, I raised the point of order. Honorable President, I raised the point of order, and the Secretary General does agree with my point of order. There's no congruence between what is being presented by the honorable member from Seychelles, and therefore there is no sixth order paper before us. And as the Secretary General has suggested, let us give the Secretariat time to harmonize the paperwork, and I move that with your permission, Honorable President, that we adjourn debate until tomorrow. Thank you.
As the chair pleases, indeed. Yes.
Madame la secrétaire générale, je voudrais avoir votre avis.
Madam SG, I would like to know, what is your view? Should we adjourn the session so that the Secretariat can look into this issue? Madam SG, are you in agreement with what has been suggested?
Thank you, Honorable President. We would appreciate a deferral of this report so that we can harmonize the sixth order accordingly. Thank you.
Merci donc, honorable membre.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
À nos travaux.
I believe that we could cease our work for the day, and therefore we will resume on Sunday, 27th of June 2021 at 9 o'clock Kinshasa time, or 10 o'clock Johannesburg time. This is the time where we will resume our work tomorrow, unless the Secretariat requires an additional hour in order for the Secretariat to finalize the program and have a theme that will be adopted as the 6th point, as well as the rest of the themes that will be tackled tomorrow. Madam SG, you have the floor.
We appreciate your understanding, Honorable President. We would request to defer the 6th order, and we shall resume with the 6th order tomorrow accordingly. Thank you, Honorable President. It is an issue of ensuring that we align our communication in this regard. Unfortunately, the honorable member who was supposed to be presenting this order is indisposed, and therefore we had to make an immediate arrangement with Honorable Rosé Bistock, and we appreciate her understanding. And in this regard, there must have been a lapse in terms of effective communication. I thank you, Honorable President.
Merci. À demain, alors.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Let's meet tomorrow, 9 o'clock Kinshasa time, 10 o'clock Johannesburg time. I wish you all a good night.
Thank you, Honorable President. IT, kindly terminate.